a content creator, journalist, blogger, a media startup, a student, an innovator, or a media professional in the industry, we have a great plan for you. The East Festival 2021 is happening this October, a one-of-a-kind virtual event to meet, connect, learn, share, and debate with creative minds from all over East Africa. Join in live from wherever you are and have an unforgettable experience. Save the date this October the 13th till the 16th. Visit the Media Innovation Network website and register today. The East Festival 2021, telling authentic stories through innovation, past, present, and future.
Ladies and gentlemen, mabibi na mabwana, damen und herren, welcome to the East Africa Storytelling Festival, or the East Festival. My name is Edith Kimani, and I will be introducing all the people who are joining us live from Uganda and Tanzania very shortly. But before we get any further, I would like to invite all of us to please observe some silence for the East African National Anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tulijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Hello East Africa, Chikati East Africa, Jambo Afrika Mashariki. Welcome, Karibu, Tupaniriza to the East Festival 2021. I'm your host, Edith Kimani, and I will be your captain for the next 4 days. Really, I'm so glad to be here guiding you through this journey. This festival is jam-packed with a lot of sessions, programs, and exhibitions. Wait till you see. There's something for everyone. In fact, our program can already be accessed from the link provided on the screen, so you can adequately prepare before each session. Now, before we go any further, I'd like to bring your attention to some of the house rules during our engagements for the next 4 days. You should be able to see them on your screens right now. Now, during the event, we'd like to see engagement online through our hashtag EastFestival2021. To share any feedback on this event, which, by the way, we would really like to hear from you, please contact us via the details provided. And without any further ado, let's get started with our first session. Yes, 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 let's get started. I'm definitely your captain, but I'm not running this ship alone. So let me take a quick moment to introduce my fellow co-moderators. Joining us from Uganda, Ben, are you there? Tell us what's happening this morning. Niaje.
To Kampala, indeed. So I don't know, am I your co-pilots? Am I the flight attendants? Am I the one serving the juice on the flight today? But good morning, welcome to Kampala. We're here at the MCI Hub and we're raring to go.
Okay, Ben, I had a really hard time there hearing you, but I hope that your live audience and Hannah from Tanzania was able to. So Hannah, hujambo, vipi?
Mambo vipi, Edith? Niaje, Ben, I can hear you guys very well. We're delighted to join you from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Good weather today. We have a lovely audience here as well. So karibuni sana. Let's get it.
Right, well, that's fantastic. We've met our moderators. These are the people who are in charge and they'll be taking us through the program, myself included, of course. But before we start, it is a festival after all. So I just want to get the mood a little bit energized here. The people in the background are ready. I don't know what's happening in Tanzania and Uganda, but we're ready to kick off with some big tunes, as we call it here. On the decks, I have a gentleman called DJ Jerry Joe. I'm just going to nickname him DJ JJ. He's going to start us off with something, and then we'll cross over to Uganda. Hopefully you're able to match our energy. And by the time we get to Tanzania, we should all be so hyped on our feet. So DJ, let's go.
On the ground with your sponsor, Susanna. I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Na kuona bado hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees, ukitesa na kamini none of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna Vande. Hello, 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 hello. If you got to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Vande. Hello, 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 hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. Kupanda kwanzia leo niite daddy. When I hit that spot, baby go me honey. You know me? Asali nitadiririsha, utaipanda kwa ndani. Vitendo na vipitisha, mambo yangu sifanyi gizani. Sakunipa alama za chui chui, tabia za kifisi mistambui. Napendo kifunga kwa buibui, yeah. Baby go down low, go down low, go down low.
You can feel that heat all the way in Kampala, Ben, but I need you to keep it going. DJ Swizzy, let's go.
DJ Nelly
Tena dinda domo walanga gwe katino ken kufunye bona batide Bambi nyenye vako Susuro vaketo
So what they put on the band, they put up a shoulder. Some of the big see. Come on, be the couples to come crack dance. Hey, back on see. Fan baba bread, fan baba bread. Mokolo winye baba bidi babidi. Fan baba bread, fan baba bread. We touch it, babidi babidi. Baba bread, aya. Emo kana zima, baba bread, aya. Ambo my baby, baba bread, aya. Emo kana zima, baba bread, aya.
Zimba kazi zizi anasura binti na kilizi nikiziwi jua kimpandizizi sitishiki ni kalitimiki kubambe ni bambe tubambe ulamu uo manganana vina makorumu funa chasi bichane mazamu acting rally lodi na vibe zaba kazi sisi tribe please don't kill my vibe taringa kichi my vibe Akakadem kazuri joka kovero Kishamsham kinyam kitamtam Shuka na ngeo zezi mendata kapedo Dem nikafupi kanapenda magendo Ngoma nikaluliza makurubi kanga Ngimebaki shangwe kelele na nderemo Shamra kelele na nderemo Shamra kelele na nderemo Kishamsham kinyam kitam Kishamsham kelele na nderemo Kishamsham kinyam kitam Kishamsham kelele na nderemo
Sereni meja tumekuja na namba tulibeba mega
maximum to the world.
Zindorende
T-O-N let me walk for you, balance. What we said, I come to my Kusaba Tofu and we are tweak for you, partner. Yeah, what's in my nose? Tell them I said, Koleko Kusales and Nick and I'm open and next song. Baby, Wally down there, windy down there, Wally down there, windy down there, baby, let me walk for you, balance. What you said, I come to let me walk for you, balance.
What you don't you see? I got the juice, I got the sauce. What you don't you see? Fresh white King Kong. What you don't you see? Bomba, fresh gun. What you don't you see?
What's good, baby? Bonjour. Body chilla, we can call a juju. Before I knew you, now we timba monju. No red, we eat a jungle.
DJ.
I want to spend the rest of my life.
Thank you so very much.
I'm in love with you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Trust me with your heart, I want me.
Ooh, Uganda. That is definitely how to keep that fire going. Let's now jump to Tanzania. I mean, this is the home that gave us the phrase Hakuna Matata. So, Hannah, I have high hopes for you. Let's go. Twende kazi.
Thank you, Edith. Thank you for the pass. That was some good music from Kenya, from Uganda. I'm going to give the pass back now to DJ Jerry. Joe, take it away to Amshamsha.
Jerry Joe. rudi utotoni, usipotembea mbebwa mgongoni. Tufafa champion boy, nite Bwana Samata. Nota mapembe ongeze mkia, na ukini beep tunakupigia. Let me make one thing clear. Bra 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 staki kusikia. So simba so chui so mama. Kazi yangu inatosha kujigamba. Na sina maneno kwenye kanga. Kazi juu ya kazi yanibamba tubamba. Sasa unaweza kuzaa kisasa. Sisi yana fegi uchome kibanda. Kalale wote ndoto zako za kitanda. Si bado tuko macho mida ya wanga. Funga mkanda, kazana kamba. Ama ufuate nyayo uchane msamba. Pasua miamba, pasua anga. Tunasemaga chambua kama karanga. Hey! Maisha na muziki, acha maneno weka muziki. Ukiwa sub, kiwa hap, kiwa juu, kiwa chini, piga muziki. Safari na muziki, acha maneno weka muziki. Kiba unachoka unatokea.
Wale twaluka. Godora to me like 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 sit for kesha what's up with them bakatara 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 ay oh ay oh nayo
Okay.
Oh my God.
Thank you, DJ Jerry Joe. Over to you, Edith.
Thank you so much, Hannah. I have to really thank the DJs for getting this festival started absolutely how we had imagined. And I actually want to introduce and invite our virtual audience. If you see me looking down, I'm just looking at the monitors to see your comments as you write to us. We see you, we appreciate you. Karibuni sana, welcome. And if you're just joining us, I just want to remind you, you're at the East Africa Storytelling Festival, or East Festival. We're going to be here until Saturday, and we have a jam-packed program for you. You should expect to learn, should expect to unlearn, meet media practitioners, enthusiasts, people from academia, NGOs, anybody who's basically involved in this sector is going to be here telling us what they think about the innovations of the 21st century in the media in this region of East Africa. As I mentioned, my name is Edith Kimani. I'm a journalist with DW News. And together with my colleagues in Uganda and Tanzania, we'll be taking you through this incredible festival. But speaking of, there's something really interesting at the back here. I don't know if you noticed the pot, and that was very deliberate. Ben, I understand that you know why we used this specifically.
Yes, absolutely, Edith. So as you might understand, maybe some people who are joining us on the call are not very familiar with pots, but what usually happens is that here in Uganda, for example, where I grew up in the western part of Uganda, our grandmothers and mothers used pots for their cooking. And the basic idea was that they would get all these lovely ingredients and put them together and then put everything in a pot to make a wonderful meal. And on their own, each of the ingredients doesn't quite do much, but put in that pot, put on that fireplace, the amazing meals that would come out of it would be something to savor. And so even for East Festival 2021, the idea is that we've got this melting pot, quite literally, of ideas that are going to come together. And at the end of it all, we end up being in a place where we're able to have some very authentic storytelling that comes through innovation. So in this case, our pot is our sort of collection point for our innovations. And so we look forward to hearing all these wonderful ideas coming from all over the place this week.
Right, and Hannah, obviously this wouldn't have been possible without some of the partners and our hosts. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yes. We are lucky to have the organizers who are Deutsche Welle Academy, Aga Khan University, and KFW. I'm going to have to be slow with this one, bear with me. That's Kreditanstalt für Strafbau, which is the Credit Institute for Reconstruction, and those are our organizers. But it also wouldn't happen without our partners. We have the Media Innovation Center in Kenya, where Edith is. That's the hub there. And then there's the Media Challenge Initiative in Uganda. And here in Dar es Salaam, we're at Innovate Hub. So these are our organizers and partners. If we can just give them a round of applause in all the regions. Thank you so much for making it possible. Asanteni, shukrani nyingi, and webalenyo. Over back to you, Edith.
Well, thank you so much, Hannah. I really love the energy that's out there in Tanzania. I think I need to give the people in Nairobi some coffee because it's sounding a little dull in here compared to Dar es Salaam.
We're awake on this side.
Yeah, but without much further ado, let's invite our first speaker. She is an incredible woman. She's actually our host this morning. She is the director of the Media Innovation Center at the School of Media, the Graduate School of Media and Communications at the Aga Khan University. Her name is Njoki Chege. She is absolutely stunning. And she's also a renowned journalist here in our country. So she's the one who's going to open the session for us. Please welcome, our audience members. Round of applause.
Hello. It's nice to meet you again. Nice to see you again. So everyone, my name is Njoki. As you've heard, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the East African Storytelling Festival. The East Festival 2021 is an inaugural festival where we will be celebrating East African storytelling. That is from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, all over the place. So this is a place where media innovators, media practitioners, academics come together to discuss emerging issues within media innovation and the practice of journalism. So we are very honored today that we are going to be having a keynote speech from Professor Bitange Ndemo, who is going to be talking about the nexus of technology, entrepreneurship, and media, and some of the opportunities that we can leverage in technology and journalism. So Edith, I will hand over to you because I know you're on a tight schedule. There you are. I can see you're very comfortably dressed.
Yeah.
I like the sneakers. Tomorrow I'll come and I'll come with my sneakers.
I mean, it's a festival.
I know.
You should have dressed for the event. Come on, Jackie. You should look better.
I know. Thank you so much.
But actually, before you leave, I'd like to give you a small job.
Yes.
To please invite our next speaker, Professor Pintak. I think it's only right that you should do it.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to take this opportunity to invite the Dean of the Graduate School of Media and Communication. That is Professor Larry Pintak. So Pintak, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Njoki. Wow, what energy. I mean, I am just amazed. Unfortunately, I'm not there with you. At the moment, I'm in the UK, and it's barely dawn here. And the idea that I'm sitting here watching this kind of energy and taking part in this kind of energy and listening to this great music, the DJs are doing a great job. Edith is doing a wonderful job. Everybody is just on their game this morning. So I don't want to get involved in any speeches. I don't want to bring the energy down. I just want to say that I've been in and out of Africa for decades. I won't tell you how many as a journalist. And I have always been so impressed with the storytelling in Africa. There is no place on earth where you have the kind of talent of storytelling from the eldest down to the youngest in all sorts of forms. And forms is what we're talking about today, because the fact that I'm sitting in the UK, you're sitting all across East Africa, we have people in Germany, we have people in North America. This is the changing platform of storytelling. This is how the media is evolving. This is what is creating all of these new innovations, creating all of these new opportunities and all of these new ideas. Every time I talk to editors in East Africa, they say to me, where's the media going? How do we keep up with the changes? Well, they need to listen to you guys. They need to watch what you're doing, because the innovation going on in East Africa, that Njoki and the team at the Innovation Center, DWA, the folks at MCI and in Tanzania are at the leading edge of, that's what it's all about. That's where this industry is going. That's where storytelling is going in terms of news, in terms of fiction, you name it, that's where it's going. So I'm going to be so excited to watch and listen to all of the interesting ideas, all of the interesting conversations. And let's start with a really interesting presentation from somebody that I know has always been at the cutting edge, and I mean for a long time, of media innovation in East Africa, and that's Professor Ndemo. But I think I'm supposed to throw it back to Edith first for her to do the introduction. So thanks a lot. Enjoy the next few days, and I'll be watching.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Pintak. I really like what you said about Africans being the best storytellers. In some ways, I've always believed that, but it sounds really good to hear it coming from somebody else. I just want to go to Tanzania for a few comments before we get to our next speaker, Professor Bitang Ndemo. We're still waiting for him to join the call. He said he would be here in 5 minutes. And before that, just to get some insights on what's happening in Tanzania, what your expectations are, and if you have any comments regarding what Professor Pintak and Njoki have said.
And I cannot wait to hear from Professor Ndemo. And yeah, the energy is mad. Like you said in the beginning, Edith, this festival is jam-packed with a lot of gems. And this first session for digital media and entrepreneurship is one not to miss. So I'm quite looking forward to hear from Professor Ndemo.
All right, Ben, you seem very, very busy there in Kampala. I hope you're not texting your friends and forgetting about us here at the festival.
No, absolutely not. Just taking notes and learning from everybody. I loved what Professor Pintak said, especially about storytelling and it being something that's really a preserve of us in Africa. If you remember, our entire culture is hinged on storytelling. We didn't have too much writing going through the years and the centuries. And what always happened was that we told stories from one generation to another, and we've always done that very well. But of course, as you know, Edith, in the last few, maybe decades or so, we've had challenges with the authenticity of the stories that we tell. And so it's absolutely interesting now to see that we are beginning to pick up this conversation now to say, how do we make sure that our stories are authentic, but also innovate and keep up with the times without losing our culture? And so for me, that's very, very interesting that Professor Pintak said that, and I look forward to learning a lot more from the wonderful guests that we have and the ideas that are going to be coming from all over the region. So it should be an exciting, exciting week. Can't wait to see what happens with it.
Yeah, that's true, Ben. And incidentally, what you're talking about, this intersection between technology and sticking to your roots is going to be one of the sessions that we'll be talking about. So you really want to stay tuned for that. But I can see what's happening virtually, and you've been all sent a virtual download link for the booklet. This will help you understand how to navigate the days, what to expect, who will be coming, and what the sessions will be. So if you get a chance, please download it. It should be in the chat function. I can see that all of you guys are really active. So let's see if we can read some of the comments. Tanzania, oh yeah, well, that's all I can see. Hannah, are you able to see more? Maybe you can read them from your end.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I can't navigate the
Tanzania,
chat
I
function.
can get behind that. We're awake on this side. I'll see you. Okay, let me try to read some of the comments. Can you? All right. Okay, so James Mwakiembe says, Kimewaka leo toka Kiela, Mbeya, Tanzania. I'll translate for you. He says, it is on fire. We're awake. And he's from Mbeya on this side. Jawadi Masudi says, the way our team dancing to Baikoko music, you could not afford to watch it for free. We should start charging, eh? It's exactly my thought. Munira Hussein says, good morning from Dar es Salaam. The vibe is hot. Yes, Munira, karibu. Iyo, DJ umetisha, unatuwakilisha vema Tanzania. Naona wenzangu kutoka Mwanza, Dar na Kiala. Yes, DJ Jerry Joe, that's to you. Asante sana. He's going to be here for the entire conference, guys. So stay with us. Tulinagwe Mwampanga to everyone also says Tanzania. Oh, yeah. All right. I think that's it so far from this side. Back to you, Edith.
Well, thank you so much, Hannah. I think I have to keep reminding you that every time you say something in Swahili, you have to translate it, particularly for our friend Ben in Uganda. The Ugandans have just
Right.
refused to learn
Ben,
Kiswahili.
short translation, it's just mad vibes on this side, eh? Mad vibes.
We're learning, we're catching up slowly, guys. So yeah, but in the meantime, you do have to translate for us, but also for our friends around the world. So we will tie ourselves to them for now.
All right. Well, I'd like to invite back Dr. Njoki Chege. I'm going to give her yet another responsibility. Yeah, I'm not letting you sleep today. You're going to have to earn your money.
I'm earning my lunch.
You're earning your lunch. To invite our next speaker, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so like I promised Ali earlier on, today we are going to have a keynote speech from Professor Bitange Ndemo. He's a professor of entrepreneurship at the University of Nairobi School of Business. And Professor is going to be talking about media entrepreneurship in the digital age and how media entrepreneurs, media practitioners, and journalists can leverage on technologies of the fourth industrial revolution for storytelling and for monetizing their businesses. So without further ado, Professor Bitange Ndemo, over to you. Karibu sana, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to talk to you. I will share my presentation. Just 1 second. Yes, I'm going to try and bring in what has been happening, what we call the fourth industrial revolution. But let me first begin with what problems we are encountering. If you look at the print media, I will just go one by one, then I can get into what I call solutions going forward. If you look at the print media, ICT actually has been responsible for the decline in revenues and the number of customers, especially in advertising. And you would think that media would have made an effort to retain their customer base and revenue by shifting actually with the times, but that has not happened. And that is because most of them were unprepared. They didn't have the kind of human resource. So they kept on moving around what they knew best. And the character of media consumers, who still view online information as a product that should not be paid for, is also an obstacle. Then the cost in itself is a major problem. Social media is continuing to disrupt the space, and it would continue. If you look at the electronic media, the rise of digital studios have actually disrupted media completely. Nobody thought about what streaming would do and what it's been doing to the current media landscape. Because consumers don't want to see the adverts when they're watching, say, their best programs. They don't want commercials, new business models from Amazon, Netflix, Hulu. And we're beginning to see a lot locally, which is coming through platforms like YouTube. They are changing the way customers look at the content. So digital studios have also emerged in the last 5 years as a major force in quality television production of original content. This is something most of the African electronic media didn't focus on because they relied on content from other parts of the world, which is now hurting them because they didn't build the capacity to develop the local content. Even though we have a lot of local content stories about us, stories about the continent itself. And I think people used to think that there would be no interest in terms of building that local content. And so the grounds have changed, have shifted, and that's why, that's what I'll focus my attention on and see what we can do to reverse this. It may be too late for some of the players in the market at the moment, but it would be a wonderful opportunity for the young people who are coming up at this time. This shift has come because of digitalization, which has come with new business models, provides revenue and value producing opportunities that we are beginning to see young people are taking advantage. Those of you who have rummaged through YouTube have seen everything, music, stories, to whatnot, to everything. And some are getting something out of it, which is very good. I think we should now begin to move towards organization, an organized way of presenting this, even though it looks like it's becoming into pieces, but it's important that we begin to do it in a very organized way. I am just saying this, but if you look at what is happening in the fourth industrial revolution, which is where we are in at the moment, if you look at the first industrial revolution, we didn't play a major role there. I'm saying we as Africans. This was about the time when there was much about slavery. And then when second industrial revolution came, Africa was undergoing colonization. And the third industrial revolution, we began to see Africans fighting back to decolonize their continent. And it is now that we can begin to talk about how to approach an emerging industrial revolution. This is going to be characterized mostly by digitalization. That is integration of value chains, product designs. This is what I talked about. New products that are coming, new business models. There isn't any business model that is not going to be disrupted because the changes that are happening are very significant. You are going to see the aspects of innovation. So we need innovative leadership. We need risk tolerance. We need proactiveness. We need to actually be part of the innovation process. And this is what actually you are seeing happening in different platforms, creating value, something that never was part of Africa in the past. But then also we are beginning to see the regulatory framework. Some of the regulatory framework are now enabling. Previously, it didn't work, but you are going to see the role of regulation in our space, in our space, in the media space, so that you can level the playing field. But the takeaway from this is that the technologies, these are just of the few technologies that are going to dominate the fourth industrial revolution. They have actually started to dominate. I just put this 6 here, but you are going to see virtual reality. You are going to see many other technologies. There are about 20 technologies that are going to dominate. Big data is big, is actually big among those technologies. Because ordinarily, we have been pushing content to citizens and assuming that they would watch the content. That has changed. We must also begin to change such that we begin to gather data to understand what the customer wants. The customer is at the center of success. to gather this data, know what they want, and provide the customer. In much more advanced markets, like US, for example, they began to understand this. Hulu's and Netflix, they addressed the problems of the consumer. We must know what are the pain points of our customers, and you can only understand this through big data, gathering the data, doing the analytics, understanding what the customer is thinking about. Then you can begin to leverage, of course, big data, machine learning, AI. That is all data, but they are used in different ways. Now, for example, artificial intelligence is completely changing the way we communicate. Something we call natural language processing, meaning that some customers would probably want to watch a movie in their own language, meaning that that can be translated, and through machine learning, you can be able to get facts. Then blockchain, a very big aspect, providing opportunities for developing new business models in terms of payment and other ways of doing things. Internet of Things is key, but later on you would see that there are other technologies that would define and that all of us need to understand how they function so that we take advantage of this emerging fourth industrial revolution. So this is what I call the Great Reset, COVID-19, a blessing in disguise, meaning that this has forced us to look another way because we have been forced to learn differently, to work differently, to socialize differently, to shop, worship, and collaborate differently. Out of this, you are beginning to see lots of innovations. Some of you have seen or watched TikTok, which has created new business models out of young people developing content and becoming very influential in society. That big companies are switching their adverts from TV to influencers and completely changing the narrative of how we can tell our stories. It is a watershed moment for us. So the rules of success have changed. I think if there is anything that you take from this presentation is that the rules of success have been changed by the emerging technologies. And you need to understand what role that each technology would play with respect to telling our stories, with respect to art, which technology that I need to leverage most so that I can be able to play a major role in this space. And let me go through these steps. When internet came, these are waves of technology in the past few years that have changed the world. When internet came in 1990s, people didn't think much of value out of it. But those who went ahead and they created search engines, web browsers, mostly Americans benefited greatly and they continue to benefit. When mobility came, again, most of the rest of the world didn't think much, except China that heard from the Americans that something is afoot and they began to invest in mobile platforms, social media platforms, and they have reaped heavily from that. If you look at the stock markets, the New York Stock Exchange, the top 10 companies were created less than 20 years ago, actually 15 years ago. That's how change is happening. That is how new business models have disrupted. Now, that is going to continue in the next wave, which we call blockchain. This is what is going to define several years going forward, meaning that what we call fiat currency today would change to something called cryptocurrency. Mostly what you are going to hear would be central bank digital currencies, meaning they will replace fiat currency. What that means is that you can develop a new business model that you probably don't have to see customer, because you have the ability to pay that customer and you have the ability to validate what the customer has provided. And that's what blockchain would do. Already we are seeing small companies developing new value chains, new supply chains, streamlining them so that you have validation in every step. Then we are beginning to see cryptography into the currency. A number of countries have now actually spread throughout the continent. Sometimes you probably you probably would understand a very small aspect, meaning you could just know that influencers are making money, and these are very young people. They are making money, but in terms of its contribution to the economy, if you look at this, for example, this is where you begin to see that Africa is actually changing and moving to what myself I've been calling. And once it tips to the other side, where Africa would play a major role in the globe, then we now begin to talk about serious development. We have talent now. Previously, we never used to talk about talent. This has expanded the tech ecosystem, that we can talk about 1 million young people who are involved, who can help even the creatives to translate what they have into a global market. Then we're beginning, even the regulators, remember I talked about the regulators at the top, they are enabling. The infrastructure is doing so well. Urbanization is hit 45%, even though connectivity is around 40%. Look at the numbers there. 10% increase leads to 2.5% increase. If you want to get rid of poverty in Africa, we need to spend more time in this space. Africa needs to create its content, and that's one reason why I wanted to talk to you, is that you are the providers of content. We are still, if you look at in terms of in and out, we bring content, almost 96% of the content is from the rest of the world. Only 4% which we push outside into the world. We need to change this, we need to flip it over. This is what I talked about, tipping point, where African content developed by Africans becomes attractive outside of Africa. And now you begin to change the dynamics and create more opportunities for younger people. This is where the new jobs would come from, because the content that we develop would find skills outside of Africa. Because what we have seen, the little that goes out, we have seen that it's creating some. Now, look at the economic expansion, which is mostly driven by ICTs from Africa. 4%, you can't compare with Latin America or EU itself. So there is something right that is happening. You are beginning to see more money invested into Africa, especially content creating platforms. I got the numbers for 2021. It's also approaching almost 2 billion. In 2020, there was a dip because of the COVID, but that has gone up. Now, what you also need to see is the market itself. Within Africa itself, we have 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 2.6 trillion. Yet, we are importing content into Africa. Content in education, content in health, content in several areas. Even our stories are being now told by outsiders with a different perspective. So we have a mega market where we must begin to think how to exploit. The way to exploit it is to go technology. Nobody would avoid technology and succeed in the next phase of media. Already we have seen how the current media is declining because they made a mistake and did not move with time. They are losing. You are getting new media spaces, which is why I am speaking to you today. The fintechs are playing a major role in the economy. Huge, huge role, because they have opened up the borders actually, because we never thought about intra-Africa trade, which has led to Africans trading using their own currencies for cross-border trade. We used to send people to get the dollars in order to be able to go to another country. They're enabling greater financial inclusivity, impacting especially small enterprises that get most of Africa's employment. If you look at what EcoBank has done from Nigeria, has completely flattened the continent, that you can work from anywhere and you can be paid from anywhere. And this is what we need to continue so that Africa free trade areas can create more opportunity for the consumption of the locally developed content in Africa. Then we begin to drive innovation, agility, that today is responsible for Africa's improved productivity. What these fintechs are doing, they are mitigating information friction and financial supplies. When you talk about artificial intelligence or blockchain, you are removing the problems that we used to have of trust. Blockchain brings greater trust, that you can trust somebody in Cameroon that you'll be paid. This is what these new technologies will do, and create greater efficiency for Africa's growth. Some of the takeaway that I want us to look at is the growth of digital consumption, which has been fueled by growing urban and the mobile population. This is what you need to look at. It has brought tremendous potential to the economy. Internet penetration actually is growing. In some countries, penetration is more than 80–90%. So we can actually deal with the aspects of poverty by simply taking advantage of the digital consumption, because there is value, and that is the value that we need everybody to understand, that everybody can contribute to this. That the tech ecosystem, which has been driven by a dynamic developer startup landscape, we have almost 700 hubs across Africa. Every country has some hub developing something new. We have been talking about edtech, agri-tech. We are talking about virtually everything, art from every corner of Africa, several young people developing coding some of this. Then internet infrastructure actually has grown. The moment we brought in the undersea cables, we are doing the terrestrial fiber, it means that Africa has opened up for every opportunity exploited. And we don't get time to talk about this. We don't get a time like this when people can ask that here, we have been telling the African stories, we want them to be understood by the people. Then we say we need to translate that to vernacular so that everybody can understand. Maybe some people don't know that artificial intelligence has given us that capacity to do such things. Then we need to look at the innovation regulation, which benefits African economy. The role of regulators is very key, because otherwise they would end up completely blocking out innovations that are coming out. So the question you probably would ask is, what is the future of media and what we need to do in that? The digital media will evolve as a new tool, as new tools emerge, consumers make new demands, and the quality and accessibility of the technologies improve. The first aspect here is that one thing we must do is leverage data to understand what people want, how they want it, and when they want it. This is something that was never addressed by previous media owners. They pushed content, started advertising because there was nothing. But now we know that if we study the customer, we know what they want, when they want it, how they want it, you win. Actually, you win in that war. That is what we need them to do. They are not going just to watch because you push that content to customers. Then the rise of mobile video. Because Africa is mobile first, you are going to see a lot. Virtual reality, augmented reality, and the more refined use of data analytics. Then, as you live here, even if you don't know how to analyze data, just to know that you need data in order to make the decision. Otherwise, you begin to push your content from Tanzania to South Africa. Maybe they don't want it. Maybe Nigerians want it more than Tanzania, than South Africans, so that you focus in areas where you can grow your product. Data analytics will only influence the future of digital. You cannot succeed in this space without data, and I repeat. The rise of social movements, the Black Lives Matter. You are going to see many of them in Africa because we still have a lot of problems which are not resolved. And I think this will bring more democratic space, and the people would have more stuff towards around this. The power of influencers, very young people, millennials, influencing the consumption of different types of goods. You are going to find individuals making money because of the power of media. Then social media scrutiny would continue, and I think we would begin to see proper regulation, because what you are seeing now is that big companies like Facebook, the American government is trying to push them into regulation, and that will be good for us. I think, let me finish here, maybe hope I can get some questions from you.
So, Professor Ndemo, thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. And I'll actually kick off with the questions, and then I'll open the floor to Uganda and to Tanzania. I did like what you said about how we can harness these emerging technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. But I wonder if we have the infrastructure which is required for us to do so. I'm thinking, you know, you're talking about robotics, artificial reality, but we're still struggling with electrification in some parts of the region. Where do you see these two worlds colliding?
Actually, we don't have a problem with infrastructure. And if we begin to talk about it, it will be more of an excuse. Because we now have, especially in energy, we can use solar. And God has been great that most of Africa has a lot of solar energy. The ICT infrastructure, I would say, has covered most of Africa. Has covered most of Africa, and the most governments are spending more time, more resources into connecting everybody because they know that this is where the jobs for the young people is going to come from. If you needed energy plus ICT, we have that opportunity. Reason why I said that look at the posting in terms of urbanization. Urbanization is because almost every one of our big cities is actually connected. You can find energy, you can find internet. So I think let's focus on telling the African stories and then find the market for that, for the African stories. Then people would have resources in their pocket to do things. You know, there are several examples I can give you from, say, for example, the is it called the ones mostly those who have Christian music, for example, online. You can see millions of viewers. And if you analyze the data, it is not just Africans watching that across the world. So we, for example, now have a product that cuts across the world. I hope some of you have gone to use YouTube to see the numbers behind gospel singers from Africa. We need to have other young people to create content around the space. This is what I'm saying, that you can go globally. Instead, some of us asking about infrastructure, let's focus on production and then find ways of transmitting across the world.
Okay, perhaps I can ask a follow-up question and just hog you for a little bit. In speaking about data, the question is always who owns it? We seem to be the product as Africans and not the ones who are in charge of it. How do we change this dynamic?
Data is ours. I mean, virtually every country in Africa has now a data protection law. What has been a problem is that we have not paid attention on data and what data will do in terms of our decision making. It is only now, and we've been preaching this over a very long time, that let us use our data. You know, what used to happen is that every data that was collected, we send it to the World Bank. World Bank would send it to us after 5 years. So, like in Kenya, for example, we created open data around 2011, you know. That's when people began to use it and understood the power of data. But there are several other data that we need to understand. We need people to go through the social sites, gather that data, analyze it, informs us. So it is not just one person who will do it. We need government to be involved, to invest a little money because we don't have all that money. As we move forward to the blockchain space, that's why I said we have come from internet, we've come to mobility, we are now at blockchain space. blockchain space, we are going to make sure, because it's a decentralized system, that you yourself, you can give permission as to who uses your data. And I need to explain to you that I need your data in order to aggregate with others and be able to make a better decision out of it. So blockchain would enable us to be able to manage our data and at the same time use our data to create new business models.
All right. Well, thank you, Professor. I'd also like to encourage the people who are joining us virtually that we are taking your questions. So please raise your hand if you want to ask Professor Ndemo a question. But now let's go over to Uganda. Ben, do you have any questions there?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Edith. And thanks a lot, Prof. That was a wonderful presentation. I think my question for you is regarding the AFCFTA. You mentioned the fact that as a continent, of course, the potential that we have in terms of our population and how big our GDP as a continent is. And yet you don't seem to have seen too much cross-border storytelling on the continent here in Africa. How do you think we can be able to maximize that potential of that continental free trade area, especially in the area of storytelling and being able to make, take advantage of the media for Africa as a continent?
Actually, that's why I said sometimes people don't see change, people don't look at the numbers. Intra-Africa trade used to be less than 5%. It is now grown to about 11%. It is actually growing simply because we improved the communications around Africa. It used to be that for me to call another African in Africa, from Kenya actually to Rwanda, I used to go through, we used to go through London, then Paris, then to Rwanda. We created local exchange points. We can now talk to Rwanda at a much cheaper cost and everything. I know there is synergies between what is happening maybe in Kigali, happening in Kampala or in Dar es Salaam, because we can see each other, we begin to understand each other through platforms. And the music has been one of the aspects that has brought Africa much, much closer. Because, and as I said, if you go through Google, download a song from Dar es Salaam, who has been watching, you find almost the entire Africa and outside Africa. Now you begin to remove those things that, oh, because I am Zambian, other Africans don't like me. We are beginning to understand each other, that we actually like each other. We used to have a small program, Swahili comedy show. When we looked at the data, we found more people watching in Zaire, in Mozambique, than in Kenya. You know, I would go to Tanzania and find the program on TV. We didn't know at that time because there was no technology to actually give you those numbers. Now you have the numbers. The digital space, digitalization has given you the numbers. So you begin to know that I have customers here, and then Tanzanians will know they have customers here. I wish I had time so that you see the cross-section of the people who watch, especially gospel music across the world. We didn't know that we had market in South America. So what digital has given us is the capacity to be able to provide products that can sell across. Intra-Africa is moving, and it would move because we are moving from art to now moving to goods, because you can see Kenya used to be a net exporter to Uganda. Now Uganda is a net, flipped it over because of the changes in terms of East Africa.
Okay, let's see if we have...
follow-up question. Oh, sorry, Edith. I just wanted to ask another quick question before I hand back to you. We're talking about authenticity in terms of our storytelling, Professor. One of the things that you mentioned with the advent of the AI and what's happening with the Internet of Things is that we are seeing a lot of challenges, especially in the media, regarding authenticity, disinformation, misinformation. I'm sure you're very well familiar with the idea of deep fakes and what's happening with that. How do you see that affecting our ability to tell these authentic stories, especially if it becomes more and more difficult over the next few years to tell what stories are authentic and which ones are not?
Actually, technology is helping. I know, for example, because I sit in a committee with UNESCO, there are new technologies that are coming which will tell you this is a fake on some of the content that you put that will be online. And probably soon you would see maybe green for non-fake and red for fake, because technology evolves. Technology thrives on problems. The problems of deep fakes and other things, there are people working to solve that. So what we need to focus more is to produce as much content as we can, and then leave it to those who are looking for problems to create value out of those problems. We can't fear and say because there are fakes online, we can't do. Let us produce content and move on. And there are so many art, storytelling, whatnot, everything we have not done. And I tell people that if the cybersecurity and other problems to technology people, they would solve it. Let us just produce.
Well, okay, Ben, I think if you're done with the questions, thank you, by the way, for those thoughts. We'll move over to Hannah to take some questions from Tanzania.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Ndemo, for that presentation. It was very educational. I learned a lot. We are behind time, though, so I think I'll just keep the questions to a minimum. I did have one concern, Professor, to ask you about. You said that since, due to the fourth industrial revolution, some key industries that are taking over the traditional businesses that were there before, such as robotics, AI, big data, machine learning. And I was just wondering, are our jobs safe? Because just, I think, not even up to 10 years ago, they have already developed a robot with artificial intelligence that can anchor news. So, you know, that's a key concern for me, and I think for us in media, you know, if our jobs are about to be replaceable very soon, the cameraman, you know, now they have drones. Are there any recommendations that you can maybe give us so to tell us how we can stay relevant by addressing consumer concerns, like you said, so that we're not replaced, so that we're still useful in the next few decades?
I think one thing you need to know is that artificial intelligence is not natural intelligence. And we are almost 100 years away before you replace a human being. What is going to disappear are the jobs that we know today, but the new jobs will come. There will be so many new jobs. We are looking at millions of jobs that are being created. While we are talking about this, there are many aspects that when I was talking about innovation, we should actually be asking how, why get people translate Swahili into many other languages and have the IP. Yeah? Instead of looking in that space of natural language processing, you have foreigners investing in that space, and we just begin to use it, we enjoy it, but we don't earn from it. We have 2,000 languages which we need to change them so that machines can understand them so that we can understand each other without struggling using foreign languages. This is a huge space. There is also the creativity aspect. You can never automate creativity. You know, there are some things that don't change. Then, as I said, you do the creation. Some technology people will look at the cybersecurity aspect. There will be too many cybersecurity experts. They would actually all be required. So the net effect is that there will be more jobs created than the jobs destroyed. The tragedy is that if you sit down and say technology has taken my job, then you would remain unemployed. We must be ready to take the risk and understand the new space. What do I need to do, for example, and be able to learn? We are going to be permanently learning. I said the current currencies, the fiat currencies are dying. We are bringing central bank digital currencies. You would have to learn in order to live in this world. You would have to learn. Like when we started mobile money, people were resistant, but today, 96% of transactions in Kenyan banking sector is actually digital. Nobody goes to the bank. Nobody thought about it. So we must constantly update ourselves so that we can be able to be relevant in the coming days on the new jobs that we.
Thank you, Professor. Maybe if I can get a question, I think, are there some questions from the audience for the professor? Right, then I think we can move on. Since we're behind time, we don't want to take up anyone's time for the next session. We'll hand it back over to you, Edith.
Thank you very much, Hannah. And another big thank you to Professor Ndemo for not only making time, but preparing that very insightful, as everybody has said, presentation. And if you're watching online and you missed part of it, don't worry. Everything is being recorded and you will have access to it. So Professor Ndemo, asante sana, thank you. It's now time then to look at our next session. And it's going to be right here in Nairobi. I'm very pleased and excited for what's coming up. You know, Johannes Gutenberg, if we can just go back a couple of decades, invented the printing press. And this is what enabled mass production of media. And it was then industrialized by the great Friedrich Koenig in the early 1800s. And these innovations are then what led to what we know today as a daily newspaper. And as a consequence of that, the industrialized world found itself very united, particularly in the 19th century. Fast forward to the 20th century, and then boom, radio was there. And what commercials did, or advertisers, I should say, was harness this mass audience to reach millions of people and create a consumerist nation in the 1920s, which also led to the Great Depression of the 1930s. After World War II, that was the time for TV. A lot of people were watching it at home, but it was being accused of homogenizing the population because there were only 3 stations, at least in the Americas. And by the time it was rolling up to the 1990s, there were already so many stations thanks to cable and, of course, the internet. The question, of course, is what happens in the 21st century in the media space and right here in Africa? Well, I'm so excited because this landscape is distinctly fascinating due to a whole new generation of storytellers and media entrepreneurs. And those are exactly who I'm going to be talking to today. The first one is my dear friend and a former colleague, Asha Mwilu. She is the founder of Debunk Media and also a partner. It's an independent digital media outlet based here in Nairobi, and she's going to be telling us a bit more about that. Asha, welcome to the stage. Okay, she's getting her microphone. She's getting her microphone on. But as we wait for Asha, we're also going to invite on the stage Mr. Solomon Serwanja. I really hope that I'm saying your name right, Solomon. He's an investigative reporter and a news anchor in Uganda, but he's also a stringer, or should I say a contributor for one of the stations here in Kenya. So already working that East Africa sting. So thank you. And all the way in Tanzania, we're joined by Carol Ndosi. I hope we can see her on the screen shortly. She is a social and business entrepreneur, a development advocate, an SDG global champion, among other things. Wow, she really wears many hats. But at the moment, Carol is a co-founder of Launchpad Tanzania, which is a personal guidance hub seeking to build youth employability and entrepreneurship skills. I think if you've lived anywhere in Africa, then you know about some of these hubs. So thank you to all of our guests. Tanzania, I just want to confirm that Carol is there, please.
Yes, she is here, seated right next to me. Maybe, Carol, you can give the audience a wave.
Hello, Carol. Good to see you. Great to see you. Okay, so I think I'll just kick off the conversation with Asha. That's the simplest thing to do. In light of what I've said about how media landscapes tend to change society, is it society that influences innovation in media, or is it innovation in media that changes society? Easy question to start with.
I know, it's so easy, but I think it's both, right?
Yep.
Society evolves in many ways. I think as human beings, first and foremost, we're always challenging ourselves, right? That's how we get to the world, and that's why we moved on and said we want radio, we want TV, and now we have the Internet of Things. And I don't know what the next step is, but I guess it's to maximize on that. So I think as human beings, we're constantly just pushing our limits, and then that leads to innovation. So I think it just works. It's a two-way street.
It's a two-way street. Okay, Carol, let me come to you in Tanzania. Right, Carol.
We couldn't hear Asha when she was speaking, unfortunately.
Oh, Asha, do you want to give a brief summary then?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear her? Please give me a thumbs up if you can hear her. Asha, can you say something, please?
Hello. Hi, Carol.
Her voice is a bit low.
Yeah, it's inaudible. We can hear something, but we can't really know what she's saying.
She's going to get her microphone checked. But in the meantime, Carol, perhaps you can tell me, because obviously innovation doesn't happen in a bubble. It's influenced by a variety of things. What would you say is a key driver for innovation in East Africa in the media landscape?
I think it definitely taps into the appetite that is cultivated, nurtured by the people. So media has had to transition from traditional media to new media right now because of the needs. And for example, if you look at the Tanzanian landscape, we have at least 25% of the total population under 25 years old. So you can imagine these are the kind of youth who would navigate towards platforms like TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, and all these emerging other platforms. So whatever innovation that is happening, I believe is definitely driven by the needs on the ground. Now, whether it's happening at the right pace, whether it's happening and addressing all the needs, emerging needs, that's another thing. Whether it is actually tapping into development as it stands and how innovation can further drive development, but from a media perspective, that's another debate, but definitely driven from the people's needs and demands. Yeah.
Okay, therefore, let me come to Solomon, because you're working in a quote-unquote traditional media setup, right? A newsroom in NBS, where you're going out to collect stories as an investigative journalist. How do you then close this gap between what Carol is saying and your current model? Because people are on TikTok, people are on YouTube, and yet you're here at 9 o'clock every day saying, this is the only way you can get this content.
Thanks. So until recent, I left the newsroom.
Oh, I misinformed.
Yeah, after 13 years, no. I mean, I've been on television, left the newsroom, and now I'm out there at the African Institute for Investigative Journalism to nurture the next investigative journalists out there. But let me just put it in context, like you said. What we are saying is there's changing consumerism of content, and media houses that don't want to change and adapt to the latest innovations will certainly be left out. Big media houses like the BBC, and I had an opportunity of working with the BBC in London for about 4 or 5 months. And what I saw there was that the BBC is learning that the consumers are online. And even for the BBC Africa Eye, which is the investigations arm of the BBC, is now producing versions of stories. They have the 30 minutes investigation. They have the 15 minutes investigation for perhaps Facebook, but they also have the 5 minutes for Instagram.
Right.
And so they've understood that the audience is shifting from watching the investigation on their screens, they're now watching the content or investigations online. And having understood the changing dynamics of the audience, the BBC has an entire flow, which has BBC 1 Minute. We're talking about people who wake up every day to compress the story that is about 10 minutes into 1 minute so that they can be able to grab your attention in a meeting using multimedia to watch their content and consume it in 1 minute rather than waiting for you to go back home and watch their investigation for 30 minutes.
Okay, I like what you're saying. And Asha, let me come to you because I started by talking about Gutenberg and the democratization of media. But what Solomon is saying could very well leave people out of this news cycle, because how many people can afford to watch their news online every single day? How many people have smartphones that actually have the capacity to stream these services? What's your view on that?
Yeah, I think certainly, like when I was listening to my colleague Solomon, that's what I was thinking about. We're grappling with this situation even at the bank, where, of course, we know a lot of younger people are online. People are now consuming content on Instagram, on TikTok. But you do have a demographic that is still buying newspapers. You still have a demographic that still sits in front of the TV at 9 p.m. to consume the news content. And I think what's happening is that we're in this transitional phase where a lot more people are now acquiring their smartphones, and not just acquiring them, a lot more people are learning how to use them, right? You know how, like, we're always talking about our moms and our aunties and trying to tell them, by the way, this is the new app, and they can't catch up, you know, either because of age or just they formed their habits, right? They consume differently than we do. And so the question is, how do you serve these two demographics? So at the bank, for example, we've learned that collaboration is one way. So for instance, right now we have a project that's launched today, our first big partnership with the Star newspaper, right? Because we do publish... The
Star newspaper, by the way, for the benefit of those outside of Kenya, is a local publication here in Kenya, a newspaper, one of the top 3 dailies, and they push out around maybe like more than 30,000 copies per day. There are still people who are reading the paper, and they'll tell you, they hear stories of newspaper is dying, but then especially after COVID, they've seen a spike in newspaper readership. So what does this tell you? We might not have the full story, right? So for us, what we've done is that, I mean, we publish our stories on our website and our social media accounts, but we want to capture the guy who's also still going to read the newspaper and tell them, look, you can still see this story on your smartphone. So this collaboration, we've been doing profiles of presidential candidates, all 12 of them in Kenya. I understand there are more. And every week with the Star, we publish their profiles, their long read profiles. So today the Star has put out a splash on Speaker Justin Muturi, and then we give them until 11 to push their newspaper. Then we publish the full profile online. So I'm finding that we can't be very closed-minded, even as we innovate, to say that the digital space is the alpha and omega, just because we are in a society where people are still catching on with technology. Right. We don't have internet everywhere. Not everyone has a good functioning smartphone. And also there's the cost of data. Absolutely. Yeah. I see Carol nodding all the way in Dar es Salaam. And I just want to pick up from where Asha left off. You know, this idea of the market opportunities versus the user behavior. And when it comes to digital illiteracy, we should say, how do we close that gap? I mean, you're working in a hub where you're constantly talking about digitization, technology, all these things that Professor Ndemo was referring to. But there's also another population, as Asha has talked about, who still want the news, but who don't belong in that bubble.
Right. So I think accessibility and affordability are definitely, they continue to be the limitations and the barriers towards digital inclusion as a concept and as a whole. But I'm also, when I'm asked that question, I also try to merge the existing structures and what we could actually do. So we have a number of youth, women, and other groups that are in the formal education system, but there are those who are outside the formal education system. So what kind of initiatives are existing in the East African region that could actually involve them? I'll give you an example. As much as we're struggling to give out digital literacy and digital skills, or media literacy in this context, I always ask myself, who teaches a person to navigate through M-Pesa when they buy a phone? you know? And if a person can learn and push themselves and have that self-agency to learn how to navigate through mobile money, why aren't we instilling that same culture of self-agency to be curious and learn about other things? And in particular now when we're seeing a spike in citizen journalism, because as much as we don't have enough of the masses on digital platforms, but there are some, and for some reason they are contributing to what we call now misinformation and fake news. So at the end of the day, as much as digital literacy is important, we also have to push for media literacy, but we have to somehow, some way come up with approaches, sustainable interventions that would include all these groups. So as much as we're going to have rollout programs, for example, in universities, what would be the role of platforms, to push for the same? What would be the role of telecoms to push for the same? Should we leave everything to the ICT commissions of the country? No. Should we leave everything to the education system of the country? No. Perhaps it's time we also approach it from a grassroots level. If we can have roadshows and seminars and workshops going around the country down to the lowest ward in the municipal, why can't we advocate for the same, considering that this is a very, very, very crucial area when it comes to the country's development and even public participation and engagement. So I think it's something that is multifaceted. I think it's something that needs multi-stakeholder collaboration and partnerships. I don't think there would be a one answer that would fit all. So it also depends on the local specific context and the needs of the people that you're trying to address. Yeah.
Okay, then let me come to the investigative journalist. Actually, both of you are, so Solomon specifically. Karen has touched on something that actually preempted one of my questions. Innovation is also influenced by regulation. How our policies are set up can either build us or break us. When you look at the landscape in East Africa, are we set up to win or fail?
I'll tell you, and I'll give a classic example of what happened to Uganda during the elections. So because we saw social media shut down, we saw, the states wanting to manage traditional media, and it happens literally in most of the countries. There were calls that media houses shouldn't broadcast anything like violence happening on different television stations. The state tried to control what information went out. And indeed, civil society was curtailed. The media in Uganda wasn't free so much to mirror the community and society during the elections. So
there were journalists, sorry to interrupt you, but there were journalists being beaten live on air.
Yeah, there were journalists being beaten. And so what that meant is that the public was not receiving actual information, right? So the state used both the legal and policy framework and the different threats to the media, main traditional media, the civil society organizations. We saw many of them whose accounts were frozen. Some of them have since been closed. And so we saw the invisible hand of the state during the elections. So what that brought about was the birth of what I've since described as the fifth estate. And so we've seen citizen journalism, and our colleague in Tanzania has actually highlighted it. So we saw people going live on Facebook and having over 50,000 people watching. Time during the election. And so I think that even as we discuss innovations, we may start to think about the place of citizen journalism in the day-to-day media landscape. And she highlighted about the aspect of fake news.
Right. That's actually was going to be my follow-up question,
disinformation. And so this brings us to the conversation of where does a journalist stand in all this? Like, what is the future of journalism? Or what is the future of media? When you have traditional media, digital content, now we have the new philosophy of citizen journalism taking over. Advertisers are thinking, if I am to give money to the main traditional media, why don't I give it to so-and-so who has a big following and they'll put out this content? There's so many dynamics that are coming up, and it's important that we start having these conversations around the future of media and journalism in the digital spaces, putting in place all the different parts of the puzzle and also the policy and legal framework. And I'm really excited about this conversation.
Yeah, me too. And speaking of influencers, we do have a session specifically on this, so I'm not going to go too much into it, but it's going to be in the afternoon, influencers for hire and how they affect our news media cycle. But something that you touched on, Carol, I want to come to you for this, is money. You know, you need money to innovate. You need money to sustain and be viable. Where do we get it from in East Africa? Are we still depending on advertisers, or is that model completely turned on its head?
So I can share, so in Tanzania, I'm not sure about Kenya and Uganda, but in Tanzania, I know for a fact that, especially after COVID-19, 2020, a lot of big brands, companies, organizations had cut down on advertising, you know, as a COVID-19 recovery plan, not recovery, but trying to stay afloat, you know, so resilience, agility, trying to be, to still stay in the picture, but not closing down the organizations. So I think to a large scale, advertising really went down 2020, 2019, no, 2020, the whole of 2020 and the whole of 2021. I think we started seeing a pickup perhaps sometime from March and April. But even when it comes to, for example, like if you look at the new media and how these news outlets can actually make money through maybe digital platforms, Tanzania is still struggling when it comes to YouTube earnings. I don't know if you knew that, but the traffic that is driven to these media outlets that have a presence on digital platforms is mainly generated from the content, which is it's always frustrating for me to talk about it, because unfortunately most of the traffic is driven to gossip and who is doing what, and not necessarily the constructive things or dialogues that we should be having. So even with the media now, unfortunately consumerism has been driving some of their trends and some of their approaches or strategies, because they also want to make money. So they're not getting money from the traditional way, people coming to pay for advertisements. They want to navigate towards digital platforms. The content that sells on digital platforms is gossip. So a lot of online harassment has been happening. A lot of cyberbullying has been happening through the same media outlets. So somehow, some way, and again, this is a call out to all stakeholders listening, we really need to draw a line between, or rather remind ourselves, what is really the role of media in our society and as a country. We have gone beyond the media just informing, you know, the whole informing or persuasion, as we call it. But at the end of the day, is the media in the 21st century breaking us? Is it making us? Is it being a bridge? Is it providing opportunities? What exactly is the role of media in the 21st century when it comes to innovation? So that's a larger question that I feel like we should be debating. But when it comes to money, I feel it's not quite evident, but there are a couple of strategies that they can definitely employ when it comes to, you know, income generation and revenue streams. But the current trend as we see it right now, in my personal opinion, I don't think is working. But then, yeah, I'll stop there before I say anything else.
Okay, so let me come to Asha then, because a lot has been said about the digital space. It's all about gossip, you know, and this is true. We do like gossip, yeah? Umbea tunapenda, tuseme kweli. So how do you ensure that your content rises above the digital smog, that the people who really require this information are able to find it amongst all these noisemakers online?
Well, I think first step is to find the audiences where they are. I think, you know, we were talking about this, how Instagram is like our go-to now. We are TV journalists, that's our background, you know. We not consume content on TV, so you would assume that that would be like our first point of consumption. But you have to meet the audiences where they are. So how do they want to consume it? Today we put up this story, and of course I told you it's a long read, right? And I mean, we promoted it on Instagram and everything. And on the comment section, our audiences are telling us, okay guys, just hold on, we want video, you know, and you have to engage the audience and tell them we hear you. The video is coming up. So it's about how do they want to consume it? So we've moved from the era, and I think this is what legacy media is struggling with. We've moved from the era where you are feeding whatever content you have in whatever format in the way that you enjoy it to the audience. No.
People... So then, okay, let me then refer to topic that Carol brought up. So then what becomes the role of the media? If we're simply responding and reacting, do we then lose our authority as a fourth estate, as it were?
Content. You know, Carol is talking about what are we talking about? Like, what is the content about? I'm talking about presentation. I'm talking about platforms. I'm talking about how long the stories are. Because if we don't respond to these realities, we'll get stuck. You know, right now with the innovations, what we're trying to do online, collaborations that we're trying to start, it's to answer this question, because people had moved away from reading news, from consuming news, and we're now reintroducing the audiences, especially younger ones. Yeah. When you talk to Gen Zs, they really don't care. Like right now, the struggle we're having, there's a big voter registration drive in Kenya. We have the elections coming up. IBC only has 30 days for this mass voter registration.
Our electoral body.
The electoral body, sorry to all the foreigners. But up until now, like maybe almost 2 weeks later, we're not even at 25%, you know, of voter registration. Why? The younger guys, the new voters, they just don't care. So how do you make them care? I think that's why we need to meet them where they are in terms of like the platforms. Are you on Instagram? Are you on Twitter? Do you want to read? Do you want to listen to a podcast? We have to respond to that, because if we don't, there's still other types of content. Like Carol has said, then there's gossip content, right? You know, the big gossip content on Instagram in Kenya. I'm not going to mention them so that I don't give them free publicity. But like, I look at what those guys are doing and I feel, wow, this is what media should be. You know, this is the kind of interest media should be generating. They have market days on Instagram where, you know, small vendors pay like 5,000 bob for an Insta story, and they have like 30 of them in an hour.
Right.
That's a revenue generation stream. Unfortunately, the content is gossip. So if as media we say, look, we are an authority and this is how things are done, and we turn the other way, then the platforms will be overtaken, and that's already happening. We're catching up. The platforms will be overtaken by the gossip sites, by, you know, entertainment sites, and nothing of substance. And then now that's where the fake news creeps in, because the propagandists have learned the algorithms. They're cheating the algorithms. So instead of playing catch up, we need to be like right there at the start and give people credible content.
So to Solomon, I ask, if you're able to capture your audience and you're able to make them stay, how do you ensure that you're viable? That in the next 2 years, when the new app comes and it develops, you're not left behind either. How do you ensure that you survive beyond survival?
Yeah, so I just wanted to a little bit hint about the authenticity of the news, and she actually highlighted about it. So one of the things that we're doing at the Institute is we're coming up with our latest innovation, which is called the iRoom. Now, the iRoom is going to be a portal where we're going to put all investigative stories that we'll be doing. And what we've seen is that because people believe the journalists who are doing them, then it doesn't become gossip. It's building that authenticity. That
how do you build trust, by the way?
It's, first of all, it comes along with your track record. Who is this journalist? Or what is this platform about? You know, is it the truth? You know, one of the things that really separates us from the gossip is we are journalists and truth first. That I will come to your page. If you have said it on your Twitter, I will say she said it. She's a journalist. There are always those ethics. Whereas there's a lot of increasing pressure from the gossipers to actually put out information. And so you'll find a gossiper's page having so many followers and so many people talking under that one tweet. And they're speaking rubbish, really, but people are really there talking.
They're engaging.
And they're engaging. I think for us as journalists, we have to find a way of actually learning from what the gossipers are doing, but we actually adapt and put out content in that way that can actually be consumed and believed. So we still maintain we are journalists. No matter what, I'm a journalist and that's who I am, and I'll take the truth. And so even when we are trying to build what we're doing at the Institute, we are coming up with the iRoom, and I'm really excited about the innovation from the Media Innovation Center. We're going to grow the iRoom even bigger to put investigative stories from rural journalists and, you know, and the different journalists. But what I was trying to speak to is the fact that we need to come up with that authenticity. The place of journalism in the 21st century above the gossipers and above the citizen journalists is we still have to be credible. Credibility.
Yeah, I'm finding that hard to, not to swallow, but I'm just thinking that is it realistic? Because we are in the post-truth era, where you post one thing today based on actual facts, and somebody comes tomorrow with quote-unquote alternative facts. And the people who are consuming this are doing it on the same platform, so they have no way of discerning.
Truth, but so there's that thing concept in newsroom, and we all know it, is speed versus accuracy. So as a journalist, do I have to put out information there, or do I have to actually research it? There's a growing level of trust in the journalist's individual pages, right? So again, that is something that we need to learn. And I hear you when you say it's difficult for me to take it. Actually,
you're not convincing Edith. No, it doesn't look like it.
No, I think that we just need to go out there and put out the truth, and whichever. I mean, if you fronting a school of thought and you can actually argue it out in a way, then the public is out there to actually examine your school of thought based on the evidence that you collected.
Okay, so I want to open the floor to some questions, and then we'll continue with mine. And Princely Glorious asks, what can journalists learn from the gossip sites? I think Carol should take that one. I actually cannot believe that we're suggesting that we should learn from gossip sites, but this is the East Festival, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, they know the magic to do it. So can we learn from?
Yeah, well, why don't we hear from Carol? To what extent does culture and creativity come into play here?
Right. So I'll give you a very good example of a campaign that I'm running right now. And when we were trying to come up with a strategy on, advocacy, but using media, we had to actually learn, just sit and observe what the gossip sites are saying, how they're phrasing their messaging, how people are responding online, what kind of social media platforms are they using, which one drives more traffic, engagement, et cetera, et cetera. And now going back to the creativity, but still being authentic, but also try to be informative and educating, we had to tap into what they like. So the Tanzanian crowd, right? And most of them, as much as it's gossip, most of it is centered around the public profiles. I'd say the public profiles, but also people who are doing what in a society, but also a lot around what do you call it? Stars, or rather, stars and characters in the Bongo movie industry, right? So one thing that told us is, the Tanzanian crowd likes plays, and whatever gossip that is generated from the Bongo movies or the plays can actually be constructive depending on the messaging that you're going to insist on or drive or, instigate, if you may want to use that word. So we had to come up with a play of two real characters who are actually dating in real life, right? But they're pretty popular on Twitter. And we used a theatrical play with like a script and everything. And in between that, we actually had to use, now I'm giving you the secrets, but hey, we actually had to use people who would drive gossip from the episodes that we were producing. And that in turn now generated more engagement. It drove more traffic, our YouTube viewing is like right now, I can tell you the metrics. I'm so happy. Like if I'm not going to speak about this agenda till next year, I think we'll still be able to survive. But I think it's quite important to see and observe the kind of audience that you're targeting, what they're into, what they like. Just tapping into what Asha was saying earlier. I remember a joke of someone saying on the same in Kenya that if the politicians want them to vote for this particular politicians, they'll need to get on TikTok because every young Kenyan is on TikTok right now, right? But I think it all goes back to being observant of the audience, what is changing about your people, what is changing about the target, but also being authentic and sticking to your message. Because if you're not careful, you can get lost in translation, just going back to what Solomon was saying. So you don't want that to happen. Embrace emerging technologies, emerging trends, but then at the end of the day, what are you trying to communicate? What are you trying to build? What are you trying to drive into the society? I think that's the most important thing. So gossip, I don't want to say it can be a good thing, but there's definitely something that we can learn from it. Like what exactly is driving it? Yeah.
Princely says in the comment section, Harari argues in Sapiens, I'm guessing the book, that we evolved language primarily to gossip. So I guess there is something good out of this.
Yeah.
So there are two people who raised their hands, two participants who raised their hands. I need to stand up so I can see your names. Hezbon and Justin, you can ask your questions back to back. And then Ben, I'd like to come to Uganda to pick some questions from there. Hezbon, the floor is yours. Hezbon? In that case, shall we try Justin?
Yes, Hezbon is here. Sorry. And I think this is a very engaging discussion. Good to see you, Asha and Solomon. I think it's not a question, but I think maybe a response from the panelists, given that they have this insight that we may not have. There's this issue of, do we give the audience what they want, or we give them what they need, and what serves the greater public interests? And should journalism then focus on what the audience needs that serves the public interest, or the commercial logic, is overriding that? So that's my first, what I'm trying to grapple with. And then number two, there's also the whole question of the long forms and whether people are interested in the long forms. And from a few instances that I've interacted with, there's a sense in which we are moving towards a dispensation where the ad revenues that are based on, the eyeballs, people who just come in droves, may not necessarily be sustainable. If you're talking about quality journalism that serves the interest of the society. And therefore, we are having these conversations around unless journalism moves towards content that the consumers can essentially pay for, because it is something that they can't do without and something that they can't get anywhere else. And there are conversations that are tilting towards, the mainstream journalism is failing when they're moving away from this content that people would be interested in paying for to content that people would want to consume. And there are folks who are talking about, the privilege that, the legacy journalists have to access credible sources is underutilized by these people. For the simple reason that they are competing to give stories that many people would, move to and consume, whereas they're in a privileged position to give people stories that are more incisive, more in-depth. Because unlike, just a blogger who is looking for numbers, a legacy journalist has access to much more than what that blogger can take. I don't know what their response would be, but it's very interesting to hear what they have to say about all this.
All right,
thank you,
Hezbon. I'll throw the question to both Asha and Solomon in just a short while. But first, I also want to hear from Justin so that we can close that chapter. Justin? Hello, Justin. Okay, let's hear your responses then. Asha, to the first question, because this was originally your question, do we give people what they want or what they need? This is another aspect of innovation. Behavior of, industry norms.
We give them both.
We give them both.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of myself as a consumer. There's stuff that I definitely want to watch, and I go seeking for that. And we're in the era of Netflix and HBO and Apple TVs and everything. And so I can find whatever I want. I'm a documentary junkie. So I'll always find like a nice, either a thriller film or a crime documentary. But there are moments when platforms reach me, and I'm like, I didn't even know I needed to know this, And I think that's how we need to think about people. Give me, you've stumbled upon things, I'm sure, Edith, that you didn't know you even needed to know this, but it's like mind-blowing.
There's so much I don't know that I don't know.
Exactly. There's so much you don't know that you don't know. So I think it's both. You can't also ignore people's
what do you call it? Like what people want, what people prefer. You can't ignore people's preferences. And that's why the whole question of analytics is huge. You know, we put out content that we feel you need to know. And sometimes we sit around the analytics and I'm just like, why don't they want to watch this? Or why don't they want to read? You need to know why this vaccine has this and that. But it's like people are like, I don't care. Yeah. But then the next day you put out content that out of like audience engagement and someone has asked, hey, can you guys just cover this for us? And you put it out and boom, there's huge viewership. Yeah. So I think that you just approach it both ways. There's something else has been asked that I wanted to answer. What was the second question?
I actually wanted to throw that to Solomon, but you can definitely contribute to that. It was with regard to quality journalism, you know, long form features. And I think this also ties into what people want versus what they need. And this also goes back to the behavior of competitors. Earlier you said speed versus accuracy. Yeah.
So listen, when I was listening to Asha, I'm a documentary filmmaker. So sometimes when you're doing documentaries and like once you finish the final edit, you're like, boom, this is going to just sweep the internet. Everyone is just going to watch it. Yeah. Goodness, when you upload it, the numbers are just this tab. You're like, my goodness, I thought this was going to be a good film. And then you just do something like, then somehow everyone starts consuming that information. So the online dynamics and analytics, sometimes you may think you're doing something that your audience is going to like, and then someone, you know, they just reject it. And then you just put out content and then they consume it so much.
But do you still do it? Because I mean, I understand the value of eyeballs on your content, but is it better to have 4 people who really connect with the content or 15,000 people who are sort of into it?
Numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, numbers don't lie. And the more your content is watched and consumed, the more reach and the more people will talk about it. And ultimately, it may get the impact that you want.
Fantastic.
But I just wanted to address on the issue of long-form journalism and the access to sources. So many of the investigative stories are normally long. Like you'll have someone who will give you a double page for cool investigation, or will give you a 1-hour documentary just full of stuff out there. I mean, people will still love content as long as it's still good. Someone would buy their newspaper and give you their 1 hour as long as that content is still good. Someone will sit and watch that documentary for 1 hour because it's good. So it somewhat goes to the effort you put into that work. It goes into the content, the research, the sourcing, the truth in there. As long as I'm speaking on investigation, please don't give someone a long feature and we call it an investigation. Yeah. And there's no iota of investigation in that piece of it saying it's an investigation, it's not an investigation, it's just a long feature. So as long as you source journalism will still remain journalism. As long as there is that, you have, again, it goes back to authenticity. Is your piece authentic? Asha will watch a documentary as long as you produce it well, and again, mark the word, produce it well. You may have a good story and all the facts, but the way you tell your story is not compelling to her. In the first 1 minute, it's like, what is this documentary about? Or what is this long feature about? I think where we are going is we need to improve on our storytelling, even if we are doing long form journalism. How are you telling your story as a journalist? You know, who are the sources? What's the hook? I mean, let's go back to journalism school. How do you hook an audience to read that spreadsheet for an investigation of a piece? Yeah. So it goes back to our basics of how do you write? You know, who are the sources? How do you tell the story in a more compelling way?
Okay. Ben, I hope you've been keeping up with the conversation. I'd like to hear some questions from Uganda, some thoughts.
Thanks a lot, Edith. Yeah, very interesting discussions, and it's good to hear what everyone is saying over there. Of course, we will open up the floor here to any questions in the audience, and who has those, we will receive those. We did have a couple of those in the chat. I know that someone was asking about what we can learn from the gossip sites, and I guess I should preempt and say that later today we actually do have a session on what journalists can learn from TikTok, and that's going to be something that we can watch out for later in the afternoon. There was also someone here was just asking a question, but commending Solomon for his energy and pointing out that it's great to see him. And I should also say that I always try to imagine what Solomon is like after he's taken a dose of caffeine, maybe a slightly bigger one from Speedy Gonzalez. But yeah, definitely something to pick up on. And then there was another one. Someone was asking a question here about the technology and its advancement and how it weighs in terms of it being a good thing or a bad thing, because at the end of the day, there will come pros and cons, but they're asking what we know on which side of those that eventually does fall. And so that might be something for your panel to pick up on in terms of this innovation. Is it going to bury media as we know it, or do we have to adapt and change? But also, I want to open up the floor to our guests here at the MCI Hub here in Kampala. If anyone has any questions, please put up their hand and we'll get a microphone to them immediately and try and get some questions for you here, Edith. And of course, again, just to point out, if I can just get a microphone kindly from my people here, it would be very nice. If I just get a mic, thanks a lot. Oh, okay, we do have one. So please do tell us your name, what you do very briefly, and of course then ask your question for our panel. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Kisesi. I'm a journalist with Minority Africa. So my question is, because we know how diverse and international our audience is because of these various technologies, how can we find that balance between telling stories that majority of people want to listen to, and then the stories that matter to the people, and yet few people would like to listen to them? Because like the speakers have been saying, that our stories, that we tell these stories, and then media houses expect an income and then viewership. But then we find that there are stories that if they don't concern people, that people would like to know about, or topics that majority of people would like to listen to, you find they don't generate the numbers. And then you find there are stories that matter, but there are fewer people who will listen to them, and therefore maybe generate less income for the media houses. So how do we find the balance between telling these stories and then covering the audience's expectations? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. We'll move on to the next person. There's a hand back there as we go to you. I think, Solomon, you had actually mentioned this issue of putting up a story that you think is the best story you've done, and then it gets 4 views, and then you just put up a story maybe belly dancing and it gets 40,000. So how do you draw that that balance? We'll take the next question from you, sir. If you could kindly tell us your name, what you do, and ask your question.
Thank you so much. My name is Chisacha Solomon. I happen to be a lawyer and a trainee here at the Media Challenge Academy. Well, my question goes to the panelists, to all the panelists. As a region, do we have specific regulations or laws that go with regards to the digital media or the content that we are giving our people out there with the stories we are telling? Because we might give them lacking information or information that I would want to term as hazardous. And Solomon comes from a country where our digital media is seriously lacking. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There's one more right here at the front. Of course, I think Edith Solomon will probably be able to shed some light on what's been happening with the regulatory framework in terms of our regulator, at least in Uganda, and what they've been doing with trying to regulate the onset of digital media.
Thank you very much. My name is Mugambe Richard, and I'm a writer with the Africa Press Club. My question goes to Carol Ndosi, and it is, if believability is key in disseminating information, how will using influencers with a reputation of misinformation make an audience believe in them?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. I should also point out, like Edith did mention, we actually do have an entire session on influencers, and so that is something just to look out for. We'll have one more question for you, Edith, and then we'll hand over to you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. My name is Edward, and I'm also a trainer here at the MCI. My question goes to Mr. Solomon Seloanja. The good thing is from here where we are, we have got a number of people, the ones we call the citizen journalists, and they have tried to give out what they are giving out in the name of being information, and they have acquired a lot of following. So I would like to see him elaborate more about, as a journalist, we have seen journalists diverting from being journalists because they want also to adopt the other big number of people. And we have seen others being arrested, giving out the misinformation. So he is now training the investigative journalists to be. What can he say about that? Because if at all I'm an investigative journalist and I go and deliver the biased information or the poor content to the people, what can happen? Imagine.
Right. All right. Thank you very much. Edith, that's some of the questions coming from here. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ben, and to all the people who asked questions. Really, Uganda, you are not letting the East African team down. But I want to go straight away to Tanzania because there was a question specifically for Carol around believability. And this was the question from Richard. Carol.
Right, so I'll try to be very quick because I think most of this is going to come across the session that you guys are going to have on influencers. I hope we can learn a lot from that. Believability. So one thing that I've tweeted a lot of times about this, influencers. Who is an influencer? Why we should be using influencers? What is the role of organizations or brands that are working with influencers? And a lot of times, like we have a lot of examples, like for example, in Tanzania, you would want to work with an influencer to push for maybe awareness around the women's issue. And then it would come up that there were a couple of tweets that he tweeted that were actually bashing and offending and very abusive to women. So I always try to encourage the brands and organizations or companies or whoever wants to work with influencers to first understand what exactly that means in the Tanzanian context. And then after that, try to identify who exactly would be the influencers that you want to use for that particular agenda, or if it's a campaign, or if it's a advertising or whatever. But believability, it's still debatable because again we go back to misinformation or we go back to fake news. So somehow, somewhat, these influencers are also victims of misinformation because again they want to maintain their following and grow their following. So whatever news that they might find without doing their research, because again they're not journalists, right? Without doing their research, and because maybe some of them are looking for clout, some of them actually trying to grow their following, they would post it without considering. But also I feel at some point, if someone wants to really be an influencer, you really need to dig deep and identify whatever that you're trying to push for or influence, if it is in alignment with your principles, your faith, because the last thing you want is to cost a brand or an organization a whole entire campaign just because all of a sudden you've changed your mind. So social media is something that it keeps on changing, and it keeps on influencing like the platform as a platform. But then it's the people who are driving agendas. So it's always something that you really need to be careful about. And again, if you are an influencer, then you really need to do the work and build your brand. There are people, even if it's misinformation, if you try to call them out on it, there would be, I call them the minions, right? The minions will come and attack you like, nah, he's never said anything wrong. He's never said anything, that is a lie and whatnot. And you would come up with like a link with like legit information and facts, and they'll be like, and that's exactly what I think has happened to one of our own in Tanzania. But I think it should definitely be work in progress. And again, if it's believability that we're talking about and the news being authentic and genuine, I will go back to what I think the first question that Asha was trying to respond to on the governance and the laws that exist in that particular space. Because unfortunately, in the Tanzanian context, the trend of the law in terms of, enforcement and really holding people to account has not really been around believability, but more politically driven with a political agenda, So that invisible hand of the government that Solomon was referring to in the beginning, it should be applicable to everyone across the spectrum, as long as you can influence, as long as you have a platform that could be used, for misinformation or fake news. But then for influencers, I'll go back. I don't know know what country it was, but they have banned, I think it's one of the Scandinavian countries, but they've actually banned influencers, you know, using any photo editing, making anything seem believable that is not believable. So maybe that's a route that we should be also taking, you know, in the East African region. But again, I would go back to what is the role of an influencer and who is an influencer to answer that question, to really get into that believability factor.
Okay, I'm just going to throw that question directly to Asha, because the last question that we got was around this as well. Journalists sort of occupying the space of influencers, and influencers also occupying, as Carol has said, the space of journalists. What do journalism ethics tell us about this, and how do you debunk? Because you're operating online exclusively.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that you're towing the line?
Whoa. It's a conversation that mainstream media in Kenya is having, especially TV. You have journalists who have a huge following on Instagram, on Twitter, that now have become influencers. So every single day you see the person who reads your news, the person who gives you your top story of the day, influencing a brand, whether it's Dio, now it's alcohol, now like all manner of things. And I think in Kenya, I don't know about the Ugandan and Tanzanian situation, but I think in Kenya, this is definitely a conversation we need to start having. I know newsrooms have tried to ban their brands from influencing online. I think the definition of a journalist is really losing. We're losing that definition. And that's what I struggle with, because I feel like for some of us, at least for me, like journalism is it's so sacred, right? There's a deeper reason why you do what you do. And a lot of times it's away from your personal achievements or awards or whatever. It's away from yourself. It's for public interest. Media information is a public good, and we need to treat it as that. And so before you call yourself a journalist, I think you have to ask why you're doing it, because if it's for money, fame, then I think maybe cross the line to the other side. And those lines were blurred. Asker is being in the newsroom and news anchors being allowed to do things that they should never have been allowed to. I think there was a failure in media leadership there. When it comes to influencers, yes, we're in that space where we're competing with people who have hundreds of thousands, millions of followers, and people listen to them more. You know, we've seen influencers talk about, for example, the vaccine, and from their own personal opinion, and having hundreds of thousands of followers believing them and then spreading this misinformation. So how do you compete with that on the same platform, right? You have what you call the truth, verified information, factual information, competing with that. A strategy we've taken is we've actually hired one at the bank.
Oh, an influencer.
Yes. Well, they don't like to call themselves an influencer. They're a content creator online. But we've hired Julia, who is, she runs a YouTube channel, is very popular on Instagram as well amongst women audiences. And I think I really commend someone like her, because the conversation we had was that she wants to impact society, which is what Carol is proposing. Mm-hmm. That if you want to be an influencer, you need to think about what you're doing to society, what your actions, what information you put out, the impact that it has on your readers, your audiences. And so someone like Julia did that and said, I want to do stuff that's factual. I want to speak to women audiences. And she joined the newsroom and is learning journalism.
So collaboration.
Exactly.
Okay. So Solomon, the last of the audience questions to you, it was about regulation. And I think we touched on this earlier, but let's go back to it. We all have things that we dream of and we want to do, but I asked the question before, I'm going to ask it again. Are we in a position to do it based on the policies that exist, not just within our individual countries, but as a region?
So there are a couple of laws that, the digital space is not easily regulated. It's quite difficult to stop someone from posting a story on Facebook.
Well, not in this country. We've had several things banned.
I'll give you an example of, we have a guy who runs a page. He's called Tom Volte or Kwaling, TVO. He's a guy who leaks government top secrets, and, he literally, so many people follow him every morning on Facebook. I mean, before it was. But people would go out there. This guy would get content and put it out there. And people started believing it. And they say, this page always publishes. So even people would leak information. Instead of just leaking it to journalists, they started leaking it to TVO, and TVO continued to publish. Government started looking for TVO. They arrested a couple of them. Government wrote to Facebook to reveal who TVO is or to close their account. Facebook refused, right? So internally, there are different countries that are coming up with laws. I think Uganda has the Misuse Act, Computer Misuse Act of 2021, where it's basing a lot of its regulatory framework to manage the social spaces. But again, I think different governments are going to, and it's coming, they're going to design more laws and policies that are going to try to get into this virtual space and find a way of managing it even more, because it's a runaway train at this moment, because you do not just, we've seen people abusing heads of states.
Yeah.
They just go and write a very terrible,
which was unthinkable, by the way.
But how would you sit on TV and start abusing someone? They would come the next time, they'll actually get you and take you to prison and maybe prosecute you at the station that you're on right now. Now we have people doing cartoons in their backyard and against the head of state, and they'll put it up online and it will go viral and people will debate it. And so the social spaces right now are in that state of, it's still, people can easily put out the content that they want, and people can consume it without the state very much controlling it. But I just wish you give me a second to just talk about what Asha said on the issue of influencers and journalists, and someone hinted about it, journalists wanting to also get more numbers and have a bigger, digital space. And it's happening. I've been approached so many times. I have, quite a following on Twitter, over 200,000 people following. And so I've been approached by different brands to influence for them, and I've turned them down because I feel like that reflects on my brand. As an investigative journalist, I cannot be seen pushing brands. My niche is in investigative reporting and journalism. You know what I mean? I've been approached by people telling me about influencing conferences, come and just put out a tweet or two. We're having a national conference on this, on sanitation, on what. I'm an investigative journalist.
So
that's my brand, right? But we've seen so many anchors right now advertising products, a celebrated anchor is advertising a funny product. Why? Because he's going to earn so much. And we've seen newsrooms in Uganda beginning to ban anchors from doing, brand influencing, and they're actually up against it. We've seen a pushback from those celebrated journalists in the newsroom on that policy. They're saying, well, if you want to pay me maybe 3 times what I earn for you to be able to stop me from influencing a brand. It's big. And so the conversation in the newsroom right now in Uganda is, as different newsrooms come up with policies that stop their journalists from pushing, being influencers, they're actually fighting back saying, I've been earning so much from this. Can you be able to increase my salary? Or otherwise, I have gained enough audience for me to survive on my own without you, so I will leave and concentrate on growing my digital space. Already I have the credibility because I am a journalist.
Right. So that basically circles back to what Asha was saying, and indeed Carol. So this is a really good point for me to sort of put a pause and just reflect on some of the things we've talked about so far. Initially, we started this conversation by saying that we want to hear lessons from these media innovators and entrepreneurs on what innovation in media in the 21st century could look like. And what we've learned so far is that there needs to be a collaboration between market opportunities and user behavior. That we need to really look at industry norms, and regulation needs to be looked at even more closely, especially when it comes to the digital space. And of course, there's things that have come up with regard to culture and creativity, capacity and resources, and leadership and vision. So in closing, I'd like to ask each and every one of you, if you could project a future of East Africa in the next 5 years. It seems like it's such a short way away, but with technology, anything is possible. What do you see happening in the media landscape? Let's start with you, Carol.
Oh, wow. I see, first of all, I see young people taking over the space. I see a lot of young people taking over the space. I see a lot of young people pushing for change, or what exactly they want to see. I see a lot of merging of traditional media and new media, as long as the digital divide continues in the East African region. And until we can address that in terms of the demographics and the regional context, I feel that there will still be that divide. So I'm hoping that the innovators, as well as the players in the market, in the space, would really find a level playing ground on trying to merge the two, but at the same time, going back to what Solomon had said and what Asha is saying, journalism is something so sacred. When I found another calling, because I practiced journalism for like 8 years, I've done everything from newsroom to broadcast to production. But one thing that I know for sure, it is a calling. It is definitely a calling. So unless otherwise we want to redefine what journalism actually means and what it should be doing in our society, I feel that for those who are still directly involved in the field, they should really take this opportunity to really reflect on the trends, on the progress that we've made or lack thereof, and really try to tap into the emerging trends and the demographics that exist, the young people and what they want. And again, not get lost in translation. But yeah, since we're closing, I'm going to keep it short.
Fantastic. Solomon, let's come to you. The Ugandan who's in Nairobi. What do you think? Do we need new journalism, as it were, or where do you see the future of this sector in the region?
So first of all, I think that the future is bright for journalism, and we have to adapt. We're either going
An
to have
optimistic journalist.
Yeah, we have to adapt. We cannot continue doing things the same old way. The audience is shifting online, and there must be a deliberate effort by media houses and indeed journalists to tap into that audience. I also see that the future of investigative journalism is going to be bright in future with the emergence of open source investigation, because people are littering a lot of data online. There's a digital footprint that it will no longer require me to know a lot about you if I'm investigating you. I'll just go on your Twitter, I'll go on your Facebook, I'll go on your LinkedIn. Social media is a reflection of who people are, where the people they love, the spaces they occupy, the different deals they crack. I mean, the posts that people put online can be used as evidence in doing investigations and in doing stories. And there's a lot of online tools that are coming up to support investigative journalists to use digital tools and the digital information and the footprint to support their investigation. So I'd rather love to be optimistic that investigative journalism in specific, because that's what I'm cut out for, is actually going to be much better with more people littering a lot of their content online.
I like that. So leveraging on existing technologies. Asha, we started with you, let's close with you. The future, I mean, you are supposedly the future of journalism. How do you see yourself evolving over the next 5 years?
That's funny that you say that I am, because I was going to say, I don't know where we're going to be in 5 years. I say that just because I think there's a lot happening, and I don't think it's very easy to predict that in 5 years it's going to look like this or it's going to look like that. I definitely see some trends, and I think it's about how quickly they happen and what happens in between. Because yes, I agree with Carol that the divide will still be there. I think newspapers will still be there, TV will still be there. They're not going to be dead. I just think there's going to be like new newspapers for the new age.
New newspapers.
Exactly, new newspapers. If it's the ones that are here that will evolve and become those newspapers for the current generation, then well and good, or others will pop up. I definitely think there's going to be a lot more like smaller boutique media houses, sort of like the bank, popping up all over, serving niche audiences. I don't know how much they'll grow or how they'll survive. That's a question. And I think everyone is now grappling with the sustainability question. How do we ensure that guys like Asha and Solomon and the ones coming up that have potential survive through the next wave, right? Something I think will happen is that I think it's going to be pushback.
From whom?
From governments. I think we need to start looking at regulation. Like, it's going to come. The thing about internet shutdowns, I wonder about Kenya in the next election and what will happen with the digital space there. That's why I'm saying I don't know. I think it's about observing the trends and how we react. I just think as journalists, we need to be ready and we need to understand that the landscape has changed. Now when I talk to my colleagues in mainstream media, they're a lot. The guys who still want to be journalists, they're a lot. They're like, where do we practice good journalism? And I love that, the pluralism is already showing that we no longer have 3 players, 3 TV stations or 3 people who can own newspapers. It's like everyone can damn publish, but it's how do we create a system where there is decorum, right? In that ecosystem where journalism is still thriving. What else do I predict? Young people, like Carol said, I think a lot of younger media managers will come up. And I really just hope like good journalism thrives. What gives me hope and why I'm optimistic, just like Solomon, look at what happened in the Pandora Papers this past fortnight, yeah? I mean, Jonal and Namu's piece got 500,000 views in 2 days. That tells you something. It tells you that people still want the truth. People still want transparency. The things that affect the public, they're all the same. People want good healthcare. We saw with COVID. And so I still think good journalism has a space, and it's about amplifying, whether it is through collaborating or whether it is through innovating and getting being on TikTok and doing investigations in 30 seconds. I hope you can get there one day, Solomon. But whatever it is we need to do, I just feel like there's a space for good journalism because unfortunately, you see the region we live in, repressive regimes, corrupt regimes. Kenya is in debt, like we don't know how we're gonna survive the next 10 years. How is there no space for journalism?
Yeah, there has to be.
There has to be.
Okay, there has to be space for good journalism, and that's all we need in order to innovate. I love that as a point of conclusion for this panel. My team, my people, you've been wonderful, so engaging. I've learned so much. Solomon, Asha, Carol from Tanzania, asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Thank you to our audience, and we'll be back shortly.
Thanks to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Inna the club, boy, come know the phone. Move for me, oh yeah, shake your bum bum. Bend your waist, make a feel a ringtone. Boy, me I like it when you do that, I get on. Dirty, go, let's go. Oh, the dan, come up by me, Joe. Take it easy, no go break my bone. I go rock your body when you enter my zone. My lover, you make me shiver. Nakupenda, bring your body closer. My lover, you make me shiver. Nakupenda, bring your body closer. Hey, baby, you giving me sweet sensation. Zenina yo chegamba, hey, nina banja banumba, hey, balabanga bampunza, hey, baby, you giving me sweet sensation.
King of the dance all already don't come. Pretty girl, who you sweet like Tom Tom. Bend your waist, make a feel your ringtone. Girl, me I like it when you do the reggae tune. Pump it up, just better with dope. Dance for me, clean up the dance hall. Me no want a girl when I go rocking my tape. Only me alone, girl, come make we date. Hey, I love her, you make me shiver. Nakupenda, bring your body closer. Hey, I love her, you make me shiver. Nakupenda, bring your body closer.
too hot, no apology. She too fly, no economy. Baby girl coming over and wanting to stay, best believe I accommodate. And she a chill like a holiday. Baby girl get a hella paid. She a walk and a talk like a lady in a day, but she whine like a Chardonnay. Oh na na na, she need an audience. Shine so bright like an ornament. When she turn up, it's a whole event. Come again and again and again. Nah, she need no defense. Mash up a man and she don't pretend. Not to pay for the love cause she own the rent. Come again and again and again. Miss Independence party, party. I'm in the yoga, Miss Scotty, Scotty. Miss Independence party, party. Give it to me, give it to me. Miss Independence party, party. I'm in the yoga, Miss Scotty, Scotty.
Niliambiwa ni muache siski. Kamote. Kamote. Piga hela kama benki. Wanege swaga ila haiketi. Ukusipigi feki utakuta na bafe. Leo we good your brother. Pengine glasses mkata na dini mukali zaidi ya dona. Tanasha simba wenu na nyasi menu haina ganyama. Sishobokia tango maziki buma.
Welcome back, Karibuni Tena. I think Ben will have to teach me how to say that in Uganda. But welcome back to you all. I hope you enjoyed your coffee or your tea, whatever it is that you fancied. We're now going to proceed to the next part of this program, which is actually quite exciting. We're running 2 parallel sessions, and this is how it's going to work. If you're joining us virtually, there'll be some breakout rooms which will open. You will see them happening in just a short while, and you can choose which one you want to go into. The first breakout room is going to be a conversation on journalist mental health during the pandemic. And Catherine Rose Barreto is going to be moderating that discussion from Tanzania, and one of her speakers is actually right here on stage, ready to go. And the second conversation in breakout room 2 is going to be on disinformation. We've already touched on it earlier, influencers for hire. What is the impact of this on the digital media landscape? Benson Githaiga in Nairobi is going to be doing that. That will happen for 1 hour. You will be able to see a 5-minute countdown just before we're wrapped, and we will meet right back here in this room after that. Enjoy and see you soon.
Here to talk about his research. Do you want to take it over? Yes, absolutely. So I think as Benson mentioned, my name is Odanga Madum. I am the co-founder of DepoDev, which is a media innovation and data consultancy based here in Nairobi. And I primarily use data to speak truth to power and highlight the plight of communities to various issues. I'm also a fellow at the Mozilla Foundation, where I'm currently covering the unpredictable impact the internet is having on African society. So, for me, it's trying to understand what is that collision between big tech and our local spheres. What does that necessarily look like? And prior to that, I was a fellow at the Open Knowledge Foundation and at the Deutsche Welle Academy. And you can find some of my work on Wired, BuzzFeed News, and Quartz. Yeah. So I think I'm just going to jump right into some of the work that I've been doing, which is the reason I'm here, which is the most recent research work that I had done, which sort of attempted to uncover what the industry of, or rather what the disinformation for hire industry looks like in Kenya. And the main thing that drove me to this was that when I joined Mozilla, how the current work that I do is structured is that I'm attached to civil society organizations where we do a lot of work on, or rather civil society organizations that do democracy and governance work.
Right.
Okay. And one of the things we noticed was that I noticed when I was in the process of doing my interviews with them and talking to them is that they constantly said that they had this problem that citizens had a certain perception of civil society that which made their work a lot harder.
Okay.
Right. And these are perceptions we're all aware of, that citizens, that we have had at some point in time. Civil society is funded by foreign actors, for rogue foreign actors to sort of disrupt our democratic space and to disrupt our politics. I'm sure we've all heard of the George Soros claims that have always been peddled around, hence the term evil society that has come. Secondly, we have, the idea that civil society, people within civil society are extremely rich and do not work necessarily for the people, and do not generally have the interests of people at heart.
Yeah.
And so I had been keeping my eye out to try and see how exactly these kinds of, perceptions originate, which is at which point now I ended up coming across this disinformation campaign that happened during the BBI process, which is the Constitutional Amendment Review process, which was going to require us to go, of which 9 of the whatsoever amendments was going to require us to go through a referendum, right? But certain people within civil society stood up against that referendum, right? And so, yes, exactly. So stood up against the referendum, and now that's when we ended up going to court, right? So that's when we came now to the objective of the study, which is to unpack and understand the mechanics of disinformation campaigns, because we had also identified that this main vertical was going on Twitter, right? And we wanted to understand what could be the effects of such a thing on our political landscape and on society in general. So we started looking at this in December, but the main focus of the study was around 2 months. Yeah, basically around 2 months, where we interviewed CSO leaders, disinformation experts, and managed to get a hold of the influencers themselves, right? And also decided to take our findings of our research, take the findings of our research to Twitter, and basically try to bring the victims to them and ask them, okay, so what do you think of all these findings that we have, and what is your plan based off of that? And then we also used some data extraction techniques using a bunch of open source intelligence tools. And then, of course, we went through other processes of slicing and dicing through the data in order to be able to understand exactly, what is going on here. So the key issues we identified were, I would split them into a platform level and a societal level, because there's this idea called tech solutionism, which sort of tends to think that we can solve all the problems we have with our technology by fixing the technology itself and not fixing, or
implementing it.
But not thinking about the wider societal issues that bring about these problems. But still at a platform level, I do think that Twitter are quite liable for some of the things that get published on their platform, because there's a lot of coordinated, what they call inauthentic coordinated activity, which is when people manufacture what we would like, the big term we would like to call it manufacturing consent. But they're sort of manufacturing perception and opinion, right? Trying to make it look like things are more popular than they really are. Oops, have I pressed something?
No, I think we're okay.
Yeah. Trying to make things look like they're more popular than they really are. And that in turn would end up getting published by Twitter, right, itself, because you find that, through their trending algorithm, they'll consistently go ahead and publish some of this very hateful content on their trending section. And then secondly, there seems to be a big problem with their verification system, because one thing we did end up finding out was that people had been renting their verified accounts for the purposes of political activity to other people. So, you know, if I want something to look like it's appearing popular, I can rent an account from someone, and, you know, we suddenly find someone who is a member of a boys' choir is tweeting about BBI 24/7, right? Which even just in terms of motives, clearly makes no sense, right? There were also very big issues around brand safety because we noticed that Twitter was making money off of these disinformation campaigns, which shouldn't be the case, right? You know, if brands found out that their content was being shown alongside a whole bunch of hateful content, you know, they would not be happy about that, but Twitter is not being transparent about where people's ads are being placed. And in general, they're just not enforcing their terms of service like as they would in the US. Right. So there's a lot to consider there. On the societal side, you know, we've got the issue that this is an industry, right? That this is an industry, and that there's money changing hands, there's a demand and supply, and there are effects in that it's chilling free speech, right? And there is potential to increase polarization along tribal lines by inciting people. And then political demand for this kind of disinformation services means that it's a very lucrative business. So that essentially is the summation of all the research that I had done.
All right. Yeah. So I have one question, one that comes from the Independent newspaper in Uganda. They did an article 2 days ago on the power of social media. Yeah, I just want to bring Uganda in a little bit. So they say that before their just recently concluded elections, there was a systemic, what can I call it? A systemic, deliberate attempt to get as many accounts that were spreading inauthentic articles or, you know, news to popularize, of course, the popular party or the ruling party. What do you see as the trend for East Africa or for Africa in general in terms of this trend?
Well, I think that the number one, that there'll be more money in it as more demand comes up. And with that demand will come a much bigger amount of supply unless the platforms find a way to rein in the features on their, or rather, unless the big tech companies find a way to rein in the features that allow this stuff to happen on their platforms. That's number one. So we definitely have to look at the money side of it. Number two, I think the trend is also gravitating towards using a lot more real accounts of people. So people are willingly submitting their own accounts, and maybe they'll open different sets of accounts. Like, no, it's actually moving away from automation to more real accounts because people are aware that the platforms are onto them. But you see, a platform can't suspend an account which they can clearly see has a lot of elements of real activity. Yeah. So because they cannot censor us, they're very clear about the idea that they don't want to get involved in the dynamics of local politics. It's going to backfire on them quite a bit, right? But you know, working around accounts is one big area that they definitely see. And we're seeing, you know, we're seeing that nowadays you don't really need to get an army of bots. There's a whole bunch of people who are willing to get paid to do this kind of work, right? And it'll seem realer and perhaps even have a greater effect. So those are the two big things.
Okay, let's just go into that a little bit. The bottom tier of influencers tends to be like these nano influencers, you know, people with 500 people to like maybe 5,000 or 2,500 people. And the depth of influence they have is usually very great. They tend not to be very charismatic or as, you know, typical influencer, you know, taking the embodiment of one. What do you think will happen in the next few years? Let's say, for example, the Kenyan elections coming up. What do you think will happen to these people who are influential? And do you think they'll get more people hired? Will they get hired out? And to what extent do you see them allowing their spaces to be used?
Well, Kenya has a rich, the Kenyan entertainment space, let's start maybe from a broader sense, has a rich history of political alignments. So long as disclosures are made, I don't see the problem.
Okay.
Right? So long as disclosures are made, people do not incite others to violence, right? And also they do not perform ad hominem attacks on journalists and other members of civil society, then there shouldn't be any problem, right? They should not. I think serving a political purpose is not a bad thing, right? But insofar as it does not serve the purpose of participating in disinformation or spreading lies to people, that is not something that should be beyond influencers. I think what we need to do is push for more transparency within that field. Right. So I mean, a big thing is to look at the IEBC and the Communications Authority and have them demand that people give appropriate disclosures of who they're supporting, because that's a big deal, right? And remember also that even when it comes to politics, a huge part of the disinformation industry is about anonymity, and it's about platform manipulation, right? It's about achieving massive forms of scale.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask a question. Literally, our session is on disinformation for hire. Let's talk about an app that's called Wowzy. It's a popular app, one of its kind in the world, and literally it's a marketplace for influencers. So we've seen Standard Chartered pick it up. We've seen Netflix currently just picked it up about 2 weeks ago, and they're using it. It's a Kenyan startup. We're really happy that it's doing such great groundbreaking work. And it's literally doing something that looks very monopolistic, meaning it will bring influencers from different streams and put them under one umbrella. Meaning that if you're popular on TikTok, popular on YouTube, popular on Twitter, popular on Instagram, they can literally buy, let's say, all the popular ones in Kenya, and say that all these people are going to go towards this conversation. Where is the free will for the people then?
Free will in what sense?
Free will in the sense that
manufactured consent.
If all this consent is literally, you'll go onto social media and you will not see anything that is really authentic. It's all towards someone.
So that depends. Again, for me, there's a very clear line between the kind of disinformation that I have covered before and the kind that maybe the application that you have mentioned, right, are likely to do. What Wowzy is doing, the only thing perhaps that where we would see a violation of, the idea of consent in terms of being exposed to advertising is disclosure, okay? In the UK, for example, they have very clear mandatory disclosure laws when it comes to what an influencer is allowed to purvey to their audiences and what they're not, right?
Right.
That's very important. Number two, if an influencer, right, pushes a product that happens to be a scam or causes very specific harm to audiences, the audiences can actually sue. The government and the audiences can actually sue that influencer and make them liable and the platform liable, right? For allowing such kinds of services to be run through them. Because again, there must be a KYC process when you're working with an advertiser, right? And so that is definitely the line in terms of advertising. Now, disinformation, remember, is a sub-branch of propaganda, okay? And propaganda serves a political motive. It serves to portray a different form of reality than what it actually is, right? It serves to attack, it serves to cause harm, and it starts from a level of hate, okay? Now, if the application is used for that, they should be shut down. Like with no ifs or buts.
Will it ever happen even?
It's possible. It's possible because one of the things we're learning very much is that there is this idea that advertising is actually what is destroying the big tech space, because all of these things that we talk about that are problems politically, right, originated as just a bunch of guys trying to sell ads.
True.
Right? And the biggest problem with the entire big tech ecosystem is simply because we use it for free.
Correct. Not for free in quotes.
Yeah, we use it for free. We don't pay for anything with our pockets, right?
Yeah.
We are the product, right? We pay for it with our privacy. We pay for it with our data. And so long as that whole thing is structured that way, these problems are going to persist. And so advertising has caused problems in so many other areas, right? And so remember, these things just go to the highest bidder. And politicians often, in this case, tend to be the highest bidder.
So do you think that this information is what is causing people to get off certain platforms?
Yes.
Do you have any examples?
Yes, there are very many civil society activists that reduced their activity on Twitter because of the kind of attacks that they were going through. Maria Ressa, the recent Nobel Peace Prize winner, got off Facebook, right?
Yeah.
For some time, and because she experienced threats constantly from the government trolls, right? There are very many cases of people going offline because of the kind of attacks that they constantly face on the platforms.
All right.
We don't need to even look far. Even in our research, we did find quite a number of civil society activists that just said, look, I cannot participate in a platform that will not allow me to have a civilized debate with people.
So it's the same muzzling that's going on in physical world that is still happening in the virtual world.
Exactly.
Okay, great. Since we are still in big tech, predict the future in terms of disinformation and big tech.
Well, I really don't know what the future holds. I think I like to think of the things that don't change.
All right.
Yeah.
Before you continue, please go ahead and ask your questions on our chat. I see quite a number of people online in the room. So please drop your question as Odanga answers the question.
Okay. So yeah, I think I like to focus on the things that don't change. What won't change is that politicians and people with authoritarian streaks or extremist streaks will always want to use these platforms to reach audiences, right? And they will always try to manipulate these platforms in certain ways to recruit people to their causes.
Okay.
And so I don't see that changing, especially as we see the decline of democracy in the world. Social media platforms will probably play a big role in what that looks like, right? So we need to ask ourselves a lot of questions around, what role are all these platforms going to play as we see these changes occurring? But I know what won't change is that politicians will always want to use these platforms. Propaganda will always be a commodity politicians will want to pay for. Because I know Kenyan politicians don't pay for anything. Like literally Kenyan politicians don't pay for anything. They'll come to a hotel and they won't pay for the food. They'll literally take a car and they won't pay for the fuel. But for some reason, they're very willing to pay for propaganda, right? Which I find to be interesting. So that is something that people value a lot. So long as people value it a lot, it's going to be around for a while.
Okay.
The only question is, how easy or harder do you make it for them?
What's the cost of disinformation, for example?
In what sense?
In the sense of a person, what's the value of getting, let's say, a bunch of people who
Well, it depends.
influential?
It depends, because one of the things I've also come to learn is it's just as similar to hiring out a politician to go around, attacking other politicians. Like the model is something that is steeped in Kenyan history. So what I'm learning is that the costs vary. The costs vary depending on who you are. There are people who are bigwigs here on Twitter that we may think are giving genuine opinions about their politics, but in reality are on a certain payroll, right? Mm-hmm. So it really depends. It really depends. From my current research, I have found people who have found agencies and people who will be paid. Some people will be paid 15 USD, which is about 1,500 Kenyan shillings, or 2,500 USD.
Per tweet?
No, not per tweet, per campaign. I've seen people on retainer individually. I've found entire agencies that will say, give us this much and we will make sure that you end up trending, or on Facebook will offer this kind of service. It goes all the way to people who perhaps have a big profile and are willing to, this is a system that has existed before.
Okay. Right?
People being brown envelope journalism falls literally under the same category. Political grandstanding falls under the same thing. So it's just an industry that is morphing.
You think poverty and the likes are helping disinformation grow?
My worry is not poverty, but it is a factor. I don't think I wonder whether it's poverty, or I just wonder whether it's disillusionment with that people are willing to say such kind of things and do such kind of things about their country. So I wonder whether it's, poverty accompanied by disillusionment, or the reverse, disillusionment accompanied by poverty. Because the truth is, yeah, you're right. It's about money. It's about money. But some of these people also genuinely believe in what they say. There's also that. Yeah, but they just also happen to be getting paid for it.
Okay, I just want to revisit the big tech. We saw in Australia that, they got shut down, Facebook got shut down, and they had to start paying, for airing their news online. And of course, we saw this governmental initiative coming in. Do you think Africa will have that? And if so, which country do you predict will be the first one to do it?
So I think it was, maybe to clarify, I think it's the big tech platforms that pulled out.
Yes, but they also
called the bluff, and
yes, they didn't think they would pull it.
Yeah, so they just said, you know what, we're out.
Yeah.
Right? So when you say, do you think that's going to happen here? What do you mean? Are you talking about government regulation?
Yes.
Are you talking about that
about
specific case?
Government regulation.
It's already happening. I mean, Facebook is still banned in Uganda. Maybe the Ugandans in the audience can confirm.
Yeah, if you're in Uganda, please let us know.
Yeah.
To what extent?
Facebook is still banned in Uganda, right? And that is on part, literally a government, because of government attempts at regulation. You've got Twitter was just restored to Nigeria recently after a 4-month ban, right? These forms of regulation are happening all over, by the way, right? Because there's a clash between terms of service enforcement, right? There's a clash between terms of service enforcement and the human rights principles that some of these platforms are trying to abide to, and also the neglect that these platforms have had. So it's already happening. The regulation is already happening, but here it's on it's on a slightly different kind of argument because of what people are seeing as the decline of democracy across the continent. So ours is a different kind of conversation. It's not really about the news making money or anything like that.
Okay, Let me just ask one more follow-up for that. Why do you think that some countries ban certain social media platforms and not others?
Because of availability, there's so many factors, okay? Number one, so there are a few, if I could put it this way, you've got availability of personnel within that region, okay? So the idea that—
Describe the personnel. Personnel in terms of people using it? Or?
No, personnel of the platform.
Okay.
Yeah, because that enables that government to have a direct line with that specific platform, and then they can decide whether they can at least communicate. But then now you see, if you're based somewhere in Silicon Valley, it becomes a problem.
Okay.
Right? Because it becomes very hard for that government to be able to teach you when they have a problem with you, right? So far, we've seen that that's been a very big issue, right?
Okay.
Secondly, some platforms enforce their terms of service or the question of terms of service enforcement is very problematic because, number one, sometimes they let people do all sorts of things on their platforms, and then they begin enforcing their terms of service pretty late, right? And that begins to cause problems. So inconsistent enforcement of terms of service. Is it on?
Camera on.
Oh, camera on. Inconsistent enforcement of terms of service is definitely like a big big problem that is actually leading to the shutting down of that is actually leading to some platforms being shut down. And if you are inconsistent with your enforcement of terms of service, you're likely to end up. Yeah.
Right.
Because people will ask, how comes you let us do this thing before, and now you're not letting us
do it anymore?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they end up getting shut down.
Great. What about these organizations that are literally trying to fight disinformation? Could you comment on the works of the likes of Africa Check? What do you think is their future? Do you think they're doing enough? How can they do more?
Well, I think when we talk about disinformation as an industry, we can't forget that there are people who earn a living also fighting the disinformation.
Exactly.
So you do wonder whether the incentive is for the disinformation to stop. Because there's a question if fact-checking really worked. We still have this problem until now. I cannot discredit the work that Africa Check do. I think they do brilliant work. I think they serve a very vital function in helping educate, improve media literacy amongst, and other fact checkers specifically. I think they do a very good job in terms of improving media literacy amongst audiences.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very good.
It's okay. Don't get distracted.
So I think they do incredible work, but there are limits to how effective fact-checking is.
Yeah.
Right? I think that is something that we must recognize. And so it's not entirely the answer to the whole equation of this problem and especially of disinformation. And especially because disinformation oftentimes is not something that can be fact-checked.
Right.
Because fact-checkers don't fact-check political beliefs.
All right, let's answer a question from Arthur Arnold Guadero. He asks, who or should be blamed for the failure to have law around digital platforms to specifically tame or regulate influences that risk spreading wrong or misinformation?
In Kenya, that would be okay. In Uganda, it would be is it the UCC? Yeah, or is it? I think
I'm not sure.
Yeah, there should be like UC something in Uganda, because those are the people who regulate communications within that country. Your communications regulator is the biggest problem. If you have a problem with how either your communications regulator or your media council. So also here in Kenya, perhaps Media Council of Kenya need to look into that, because they govern the laws and the ethics by which, and the codes of ethics by which a lot of media practitioners operate. So those are the guys that we should be pressuring also to, come up with rules and regulations around how some of these people operate.
Okay. Second question is from a very familiar name. Stefan asks, if you'd build a social media network for citizens, what would you do different to Facebook?
I'd have them pay for it.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because then I'm accountable to my users directly and not accountable to advertisers, which brings about a very different kind of thinking when it comes to, you guess.
Yeah.
It gives about a very different type of thinking when it comes to how I design the platform. Because if you don't like my platform, you cancel your subscription, and from there I have to figure out how to get you back.
Yeah, and the UI UX design would also
everything changes.
User-oriented.
Exactly. It's not about advertisers. Now it's about me, right? So the biggest question is, how do we get, these guys, either how do we get users to pay, or how do we pay users? Because we're using their data for free. So there's also that other question. I know there are people who think about such kind of things.
Okay. We saw, was it Instagram that was going Reels? And it also decided that it will also have a marketplace where you can actually pay for your own content, which is really a great addition to what you just said. So Stefan in follow-up asks, how do we fix it all? It's all a mess. How do we fix social media?
Well, it's not all a mess. I think it's still social media is still a pretty good thing. Like it's redefined our freedoms of expression. It's redefined I think that aspect of redefining our freedom of expression, people run their businesses from there, right? It's just that these platforms need to police them a bit more. And perhaps the biggest thing I would say perhaps is moving away from an engagement-based model of serving up content to people perhaps would make the most sense. Because that seems to be one of the origins of a lot of the harm outside the business model that, we are all currently only thinking about advertising. Yeah.
Okay. Let's finish off with some tips. What do you think the citizenry should do? What should I be doing?
Well, I don't think the burden is on citizens. This burden for me is still on the burden for me is still on the stakeholders, the key stakeholders, who are the platforms, regulatory entities, and even influencers themselves, right? Because, first of all, why are we when we think about putting it on the citizenry? Yes, we can do digital literacy kinds of things. We can do, what else can we do? We can do, media literacy work, which I think is important.
Yeah.
But you're basically telling people to take care of your platform for free while you make all the money.
So it's not fair.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Okay.
You're already taking my data from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, your money, you're digifying everything that I do. And then on top of that, you're telling me to clean up your platform for you.
It wouldn't work.
It's not gonna work. Right? So the burden isn't even on the citizens. I mean, let's maybe try to help them understand, the differences between fake and real media and all that kind of stuff, media literacy, but the real burden is on the platforms.
We have a follow-up question from Stefan who says, if I pay for it, what about people who are marginalized, who they don't have that money?
Yeah, that's the big question now. That is definitely, because it's the big question even as we move to paywalls with media. I currently don't have an answer for that, but I am aware that we could, even right now with paywalls, there's a big question of all the, I personally, I can say this on record, I was very disappointed when the African Censored Pandora Papers has gone now behind a paywall, right? Because there has been a very concerted effort to discredit that kind of reporting, right? But when we put it behind a paywall, now the people who are looking for the source material can't access it. So that brings me to the point of all the real news will be behind a paywall, but all the fake news will be free.
So where do we go next then?
I don't know, but it's something, because it's literally the same problem. It's literally almost the same problem. Soon, social media as it is right now is not sustainable, right? It's just going to, the current event scandal Facebook is going through won't be the last. And so there's a big question of whether they will also just have to start switching to that kind of model. WhatsApp tried to get us to pay.
Yeah.
But to their credit, WhatsApp actually tried to get us to pay, but people refused.
Yeah.
But imagine it's actually the healthiest thing to do. Pay for it. And so I don't know. I really don't know. But privacy is not included for those who are poor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who do you think, to run this conversation up, who do you think are the biggest gainers of this disinformation?
The people who make money from it.
The top three.
The people who make money from it, definitely. The platforms make money from it. Follow the money. People who make money from it. So the people who get paid, the platforms also make money from disinformation, and perhaps the politicians. But that's also comes amidst questions of whether it's really effective. But yeah.
All right. Any closing remarks as we end up?
Disinformation is an industry. That's it. There's money to be made, and
it's here to thrive.
It's here. No, we should not let it thrive. Yeah, that's what I would say.
All right. Let's see the last slide. Someone has asked, what was on your last slide?
Oh, someone asked that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Is my clicker working? Let's see. No, it's not working. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, so I think for me, it was just, some tips for, I don't know if there are any journalists in the audience, but just some tips for covering disinformation campaigns, which is to constantly monitor key participants, funders, entities, and networks, just to see if there are any red flags.
Right.
Utilize tools that are often built for security researchers, marketers, and others to track the flow of information, because one of the things we learned is that it really helps to understand how information flows when you're investigating disinformation. These tools are, however, not a substitute for journalism because, the truth is you still need to develop your sources. You still need to do your verification of the information that you receive. You cannot single source. You need to check for your facts and also work backwards from the real world, right?
Right.
Collaborate where possible with other professionals in this field. And then also remember that the media are a target of these campaigns. So, number one, protect yourself online as you do this kind of work, and pay attention to what you amplify, because you might be also serving their goals. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think, just because I'm too curious, do you think major legacy media is doing enough to fight disinformation? Do you think they are well-resourced? Do you think that enough power to do it?
Yes, I think they do. They have power. They have power to shape conversations. I think in terms of their ability to set the agenda, they do have the power to do it. But there's the question of whether they themselves are part of the disinformation campaigns as well.
Correct,
because they are compromised.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a big question? So, yeah.
Okay, we're ending this on a tone of compromised legacy media. So if you want to get more about, actually, we do have a follow-up session with a fellow Mozilla fellow, Marcus. And I can't wait because we'll be talking about TikTok and how it's being used in the current media. So I don't know if you want to hang around and watch that. It should be really, really interesting. He's going to be joining us from Brazil. Just join me, Marcus, and Flourish from Lagos for our session in the afternoon. So thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for coming in. It's been really great having you.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. And that's it from us.
And it's a wrap.
And now we are going to take you all to the main room. I hope everyone went. Did everybody go?
I had earphones.
Benson, you're done?
Yeah, we're done.
Let me close this breakout room then.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, guys. So we're good?
Robert, you're sitting in Uganda looking really serious. What are you thinking?
Associate with the submissions of my two colleagues. But as a journalist, literally, you cannot link or detach yourself from the ongoings in social media, because to many, they act as tips, whistleblowings for so many good stories. And, social media is a force to reckon with by the traditional media. You only have to be very cautious about what you take in and what you leave out. So you have to be expeditious in your sieving through what you use. When something is broken within the social media, everybody will wait for your media house to see how they've gone about that. Whether you did a notch higher investigative bit to carry the story in a more informative and guiding sense, whether you completely ignored it. And the audience will pick which media house to follow, which newspaper to buy the next day. So it is a very tricky and delicate situation for journalists to draw a line of how to contend with social media ongoings. But to say the least, the world has gone digital, and as such, you have to keep in. Of course, it has a very huge psychological scar on you following whatever is put out there, because for the people who post some of the information completely erroneous, some images are so dehumanizing, they do not follow the ethics. So you as a journalist, you have to, to come in and guide your audiences, lest they will all be swayed away by the advents within the social media. At a very personal level, I am very passionate about social media, and I would never want it to be, caged or gagged. But I am for an environment which is regulated, very well regulated, not controlled, because the two are very different. Now, social media plays a very important part, especially in societies where the traditional media is more controlled. The only way out or opening for people to duly express themselves is social media. And as such, it should never be gagged. But as journalists, we have to be very careful and cautious about what we pick up and follow to a local conclusion and compress them into complete stories that are based on the true ethics of journalism.
Thank you, Robert. So we have some really interesting comments that I'd just like to share. One that just popped up into the chat was something around the Media Council of Kenya developed safety guidelines for journalists covering COVID-19. And they also offered and continue to offer health grants to journalists to cushion them against the impact of the pandemic. So that's something interesting, an interesting solution coming out of Kenya. I also just want to share a comment that's come out of the chat where that some of the things that just to acknowledge, and this is a comment that came in from Emmy Daniel, who had to help carry some dead bodies. And I just want to acknowledge that what you do is difficult, extremely difficult. And I think it takes a special kind of person to be able to do, Emmy, especially some of the comments you've made in our chat and what you're doing. So if we think about the bigger picture, right? What can we do in terms of organizations, people as institutions across the region? Coming from you, where are the solutions for this? Joki asked a critical question, in particular to her organization, for AKU and partners like the Media Innovation Center. How can we support journalists with mental health across the region? What do these solutions that you want look like? How can we continue to protect your mental health, and how do we change conditions at work? So what's your wish list? As we end, what is on your wish list for preserving your mental health, for safeguarding your mental health as journalists across the region? Maybe we can start with Leonard.
Okay, thank you very much. There is two solutions. One solution is the owners of the media to make sure that they create an convincing and supportive environment. All these psychic problem or mental health, the causative of all this is stress. So reduce stress at the working station, people will be comfortable, and there'll be no more mental illness. So the owners, they need also to make sure that their staff are well paid. Also, even get together occasion. January to December, there is no get together to refresh the mind. Also to make sure that they, I'm talking about the causative of this mental illness or psychic problem, which is caused by stress. Because to me, any kind of stress is the major causative of the mental illness. So let the media houses and media industry to get, if you are owning a media house, let's say, and you don't have, let's say, funds or resources, find the other way to make sure that our staff are comfortable, because those are the engines of your organization. Yeah. If they are not comfortable, there is no performance.
Thank you. Robert, can I go to you? What's on your wish list? What mechanisms do you want to see in place across our region?
Is to engage experts on mental wellness for the guys working in the media on a regular basis. 2 is to ensure that there are incentives for staff, bearing in mind that a lot goes on in their minds and they go through a lot to fish for stories, to run media houses, so there should be incentives given by the bosses, the owners. 3, like my colleague has said, there should be a lot of social recreations. Let the guys meet to laugh, to talk, to not entirely as professional work. They should have those points when they talk to each other, when they share problems, and then seek out solutions amongst themselves as colleagues. Most importantly, create a sense of security for their jobs. Let them know that they are secure, their jobs are intact, so they can work with that zeal that they're not about to lose their job the next day because of the effects of the pandemic. Less of that, of course, you will have a very demotivated, demoralized team working with you, and you won't have their backing when it comes to a time when you need to really stand together for the media.
Thank you.
Please, go ahead. Finally, this should not only be left to media houses. Governments should be seen to, care for the media, because they normally say they are the 4th estates of government. The other estates of government are given budgets, like the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. So only the 4th estate, which is the media, that is not given a thing, but instead they are made to pay exorbitant taxes. So there should be an effort by governments, to come in and be seen to support or subsidize media houses so that they can, remain afloat given the hardships that we're going through as media.
Thank you, Robert. Joseph, before I come to you, I just want to read some comments that have come through about using a gender equality lens when we think about solutions and the solutions we're trying to build for East Africa. And one of them is childcare and looking at where this disproportion of time is. And, can media houses and spaces think about setting up nurseries or some sort of system where female journalists, women working in media, are able to at least share some of that burden of childcare. So that's been one thing that has come up. And also an understanding around, hours of work, understanding the work-life balance, understanding that with working from home now and with homeschooling, online classes, there has been a shift in how we navigate our lives as women. And one of the things that's come through on in a comment very clearly is that managers, bosses, people leading teams need to understand this shift and need to understand how this will be. And Robin mentioned it earlier, this new normal has to really have a very clear gender lens on it. Joseph, can we come to you for your wish list? What do you want to see? What has to change?
Wow, I have so many things I want done, but I'll start with the owners before I come to colleagues. Owners, as my colleague from TZ, UG have said, pay your journalist for, because poverty strips of the dignity of a person. So if you're poor, I'm telling you, there's no way you're mentally stable, whether there is COVID or no COVID. You got big bills to pay, you got family, and people, in media comes with glamour. You're seen interviewing the president, these big people, and guys can't understand, why don't you have money? Yeah? Do you waste all your money? That's number one. Number two, and I would give a shout out to my former employer at Capital FM. We would go for team building. We'd be actually the laptop I'm currently using. I was given for bringing so much numbers to the company. So appreciate your journalists, your reporters, your workers. Think of it this way, without being academic about it. If you're hitting on a lady, you keep on appreciating them, buying them chocolate, flowers, and all that. This is your employer. They're bringing money. The end goal of this business is to bring money, yeah? So why can't you just say thank you? Maybe that's all we need. A thank you. Don't have to give me a laptop, but a team building, appreciating us, a certificate, which is not expensive, that we can do. My biggest challenge, and this is the biggest wish list, and that's what we're doing at Crime Journalists Association of Kenya. Journalists, you have to own up your own mental health. You go nuts, they're gonna fire you. Okay? So make it a habit to seek mental, to go for debriefing, for counseling. Because I know for sure, I have a relative, I have colleagues who are now undergoing medication. It's very expensive. Buying those sleeping pills, buying those depressants, it's gonna be expensive for you. So check it, let it be your own initiative. Number 2, have a family. And you can follow us on Twitter, CrimescribeKE. Form these associations. It gives you a family away from your working space, because that working space might not be giving or generating all the energy you want, the positive vibe you talk about. But when your colleagues, you're together, it gives you a family. And like what we're doing ourselves, we have quarterly events, we call them Mental Wellness Day. We go hiking, we go out. So like the previous one, we went somewhere in Kajiado County, Gong Hills, and hiked those 7 hills. At the end of the day, we had a session in the afternoon where people gave out their experiences. We just talked. And then there was a counselor to tell us, now to guide us, now an expert to guide us. If you feel like this, you need to do this. So my biggest challenge, and that's number 1 top list, to you journalists, own up your mental health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph. Can we pull up the mentee results, please? And just thank you to Joseph, Leonard, and Robert for bringing your vulnerability, for bringing honesty to a really difficult conversation. So interestingly, the overwhelming amount of people that responded said that they have felt that they've been in a hostile environment. Can we do the next one? Overwhelmingly, again, journalists are saying that in our Zoom room are saying they have been harassed due to their work in the media. Interesting. Can we do one more? Do you know where to go for help in your community? I have an idea, but not really sure. So again, only 2 people know where to go for help in their community. I think this needs to be put into our solutions list. We need some sort of map to tell you where can you go to get help. Organizations need to be identifying that, or journalist associations need to be sharing information on where do you go. In Kenya, Joseph's organization can help you. Can we do the last question? Some coping mechanisms: talk with friends, mindful work setting, family, get help, physical exercise, friends, and think positive. So thank you so much for joining us this morning for our discussion on mental health. And once again, thank you to Leonard, Joseph, and Robert just for bringing your vulnerability to this conversation. Hannah, do I hand the mic back to you?
Thank you, Catherine. It certainly has been a very eye-opening panel discussion. I think you all agree with me, but we are running behind time, and I think it's time for lunch, right? We're hungry. So I think I'll hand it over to Edith at this point to allow us to go for lunch. Otherwise, see you soon.
I love the sound of that. Lunch, 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 lunch. But let's wake people up a little bit. Ben, what are you having for lunch today? I hear it's matoke on the menu. Hannah, I hope you got your pork.
You must be psychic, right?
So I'm hoping.
We have some very interesting stuff over here, of course, as you can imagine. Yes, matoke, definitely. We do have some interesting delicacies that you might want to try when you do visit. Have you heard of something called kalo?
No, what is that?
Yeah, what is that? Sounds really interesting.
Kalo is basically millet bread. So you get millet and it's done into this wonderful mashed bread, almost like mashed potatoes, only with millet this time. And then it's taken with something that's called eshabe, which is made out of ghee. It's almost like I don't know. Is there an English word for eshabe? I'm trying to find out, guys. Does anyone know if there's an English word for? You know what? You guys are just gonna have to come and test it for yourself. No need to tell you.
Yes. I'm a bit of a foodie, so not only will I take your word for it, but I will come and try and see what it's like. Over here we have this. Okay, it's not a staple food, but it's a very common fast food that I haven't seen anywhere else. I haven't seen in the rest of East Africa and the few other places that I've been. It's called chips mayai, guys, and it is the best. And the best kind is the kind that you find on the street. You can't cook it at home and have the same taste. Chips mayai, you guys, it is a point. They should put that on the tourism, the brochures, right? Yeah, but I don't know if that's what we're having right now. Looking forward to food either way, and coming back to you to the festival.
I have a suggestion, Edith. Why don't we set up some sort of delivery where we make sure that we'll send some of the Ugandan food to Nairobi, and then Edith, you can send some of your food to Hannah, and then Hannah can send us some of hers.
You guys want to ruin your business. You'll just be ordering chips mayai for the rest of the year.
Well, I don't know what we'll be ordering, but chips mayai is definitely available everywhere. I'm very interested to hear about that millet and ghee meal, but all this talk about food is making me very hungry. So
that's the hunger talking. That's the hunger talking.
Let's go eat. Mati ananidondoka jamani. Let's go eat. All right, we'll see you
Tukale.
Everyone.
The stumble, love child, first lady, Washington Hammer.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing East African freshman crew. They know them fire. Like it, who know them fire? Like it, who know we fire? Like it, who know we fire? Like it, fire. You know we fire. Yes, man, we fire. You know we fire. You know we fire.
Inna the club, everybody just push up your hand. Pretty girl from the block, won't you wind up your waist? Jerry Joe. One of them good boy around, just mash up the place. This are the East African Media Bashment crew. King of the jungle, love child, first lady, Washington Hammer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first part, y'all we no lie. I'm gonna say bye.
Okay, welcome back. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. You know, by the way, brothers and sisters, let's just get one thing straight. The stomach is a very ungrateful master. When you're hungry, it won't let you rest. And I think I've eaten too much and I'm just feeling uncomfortable. But I hope you guys were wiser than me and you're energized for the next half of this program. So here's what we have lined up for you. Another parallel session. And for the virtual audience, I've been informed that I need to explain this one more time because it wasn't clear the first time. Apologies for that. So this is what's going to happen. There are two breakout rooms. The first one is this room that you're currently in, this virtual room that you're in. A second breakout room will be opened, and once that happens, you'll see a little pop-up window come up. If you don't want to participate in the second breakout room, simply press cancel. If you do want to participate in the second breakout room, then open that one and you will automatically be pulled out of this one. I hope that's clear. Now, let me tell you what's being discussed in both rooms. In the first one, we're looking at, again, in line with COVID-19 and journalism in East Africa, how it's impacted news and media viability. We're going to be hearing from 3 researchers on their findings about this, and that's going to be moderated by Hesbon Owila. He's actually on standby here, so we're ready to go. And in the second breakout room, we'll be hearing what journalists can learn from TikTok. I'm very curious about that. And in that room, we're going to have Marcos Bosch and Flourish, my colleague from DW. It's going to be good to see her. And that's going to be moderated by Benson Gidaiga. I hope that that was clear enough, and we will meet back in this room in exactly 1 hour. See you then.
Thank you, Edith. And it's quite exciting to have a feel of what is going on at this festival. Probably, if you're joining us for the first instance, this is a session of research. And we're going to have 3 presenters do a presentation on papers on COVID-19 and the impact that's had on news media viability and news coverage in Kenya. The 3 papers are actually based on the coverage of COVID-19 in this country. Now, these papers will be presented by our very own here at the Graduate School of Media and Communication. And to help us put these papers in perspective are 2 media scholars in this country. We have Dr. Sam Kamau, who is a professor at the Graduate School of Media and Communication, and Robbie Koki, who is a media scholar, and let me say, a media viability consultant who is working with small and medium-sized media viability in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. But before we bring our discussants, we have the researchers, the ones who are going to speak to us about the findings from empirical studies on COVID-19 and the impact it had on news media viability. First, we're going to have Anita Sokoech. Anita is going to do a presentation on a research that looked at the impact of data smoke on the editorial processes. Essentially, Anita is assessing the quality, the journalists' coverage of COVID-19 in the era of COVID-19. After Anita, we will have Crystal present a paper that looked at the coverage of COVID-19 in the first 7 days since the declaration of patient 0. And lastly, we're going to have a presentation on solution journalism, anchored within the context of COVID-19. This presentation will be done by Rebecca Nchiso. I think without taking too much of your time, I'm going to invite Anita to take us through the first presentation.
Well, thanks, Hesbon, for this opportunity. My salutations to all, and may I take this time to thank GSMC, DW, and Innovation Center for this event. I'm honored to be here. Because of time, I'm going to sum up my introduction and background of my study, which is on the impact of data smoke on editorial processes. I assessed how journalists in 5 media houses, 5 leading media houses in Kenya covered the COVID-19 pandemic. So let's get going. Am I okay with the technical? Yeah, thank you. So looking at that, just an illustrative slide to show how the rapid growth of technology has been over the years. And with that, with the rapid growth of technology, sorry. Yeah, there we are. So there's been so many news feeds in a newsroom nowadays. You have to check your mail, you have to keep looking at various sources of information in order to, not to miss out anything. And with that, there is overabundance of information.
Friend, okay, I wait for the recording to tell this story. So there was this guy just hanging out with his friends, and suddenly his girlfriend comes in to surprise him, okay? End of story normally, but somehow people on TikTok were not happy with his reaction because he was like slightly disturbed because, yeah, she came flying all across the continent. So people on TikTok have been analyzing his reaction and the reaction on the people sitting on the couch for 3 weeks now. And that's totally mad. It's just random people produce the TikTok and you have like hundreds of thousands of people discussing their facial reactions if they probably were happy enough when they re-met. It's a really strange part of TikTok pop culture happening right now. But no worries, we will not dig into that. No couch surfing guy today.
Great. I've decided to just rename another computer and start it. So that's me, if you can see me now, guys. Can you?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, my camera is now on, so you should be able to see me.
Okay, yeah, that's strange. The only camera I can actually see is myself.
Okay, just trying to pin myself.
Very good. Well, I can see the Media Hub breakout room. I could see that for a second.
Great, can you see me now?
Just a second, fiddling around with the screens.
Okay, start video.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, a lot of videos.
Go.
Working now. Benson, yeah, can see you. Caleb, I can see you.
It took a bit of time, but we're here now.
All good.
Welcome, guys, to the TikTok and how to use TikTok in journalism. My name is Benson Gitaiga, and I'm super excited to just take out my phone and start TikToking as a journalist. I've never done it before. It's going to be my very first time. Joined with me is Flourish from DW in Lagos. This particular session is actually just for Flourish and Marcus, but I'll be in the background also as a co-moderator. But allow me to introduce you to our DW correspondent for West Africa. Flourish, are you there?
She has problems to join, but I'm trying to bring her in,
great.
Okay?
So just to save on time, Marcus, take it away. How can we use this?
How can we use TikTok as journalists, you mean?
Yes.
Well, first and foremost, I think it's a pretty cool idea for journalists to check out this platform because it's just like exploding. There are more than 1 billion users and a lot of them pretty young, and they're consuming their news there, mainly not by journalists and media companies, but by influencers. So if we all want to stay in the game, we should be familiar with the platform and see how does it work. And you know what? I can see Flourish now, and she can definitely tell us a bit about how to do that.
Flourish, on to you.
Hi. Okay, so I actually just joined because I was struggling a little bit with the technology. But can you just recap like what I'm supposed to talk about, because I just joined like right now.
That's quite all right. We just talked with Marcus that we were wondering how to use TikTok to be a tool for journalists. And I just gave the question to Marcus. And since you're my co-moderator, I thought you could also answer the same question before he takes over, because he has a whole thing.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The question is, how do we use TikTok as journalists?
Okay, awesome. So I'm just going to use our own project. I see that my my video is a bit weird, but I'll continue. I said as I was saying, I'm just going to use our own project as an example. As journalists in Deutsche Welle, what we were trying to achieve was to reach out to younger people, younger audiences. So we were targeting 14 to 18-year-olds. And it was really like an experiment. So to answer your question, we're still trying to figure it out. And the way that we were able to achieve some form of success was to really jump in on trending news, like whatever news is trending, we make videos about, like, for example, if news breaks, sorry, I think I have to change my background.
You look like a cool avatar.
Yeah, I'll just stick with my lovely house. Okay. So as I was saying, what we were trying to achieve really was to reach out to very, very young audiences, which of course are on TikTok. And so the way we did that was by using trending sounds. So let me just show an example from some of our videos that we are very proud of. Okay.
You're able to share, right?
No. Okay, yeah, seen it. So this is, let me just hold on. So this is one of our videos. This is actually the highest trending video that we have on our page. And like what we just used was this song. This song is like one of the most popular songs right now. And it happened to be #1 on Shazam, global charts, whatever. And so we just used it to make this video, and it turned out that a lot of people liked it. We just simply like added some pictures and some information with text. Plate.
We can't hear the sound. Maybe you could turn on the sound.
You can't hear the sound?
We cannot.
Oh, and I can hear it. Okay.
So Flourish, as you share, there's an option to enable sound. So just stop sharing and then share again.
Reshare again and click.
Stop sharing.
Yeah. So there's an option for share with sound.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Can you hear it now?
Yes.
It's very fast. I don't know if you can keep up with all the text on the screen, but basically, as journalists, we can pass on information in a way that is not very uptight and, the usual very heavy, very, technical production. We just use simple trending sounds already, but then we write the text on top of the video, and then we add a little bit of acting. Like you can see, this is Victor. He's one of our contributors. And then
VPNs also encrypt.
We also, our explainer videos do really well. We have explainer videos where we pick a particular trending topic again. Like, for example, this video is about VPN ban in Nigeria. So if you don't know already, Twitter is banned in Nigeria. So the government of Nigeria banned Twitter and everybody was talking about it. And so everybody was trying to use VPNs, download VPNs. So many people had never used it before. And basically, we did an explainer about what VPNs are and the risks of using free VPNs. And it did really well. Like, people shared it on other platforms. So there are different ways that journalists can use videos. If you want to do the regular talk to the camera, explain kind of videos, those do really well sometimes. And then we can also be flexible and use the playful, sounds, because the goal at the end of the day is to reach the audience and to pass across that information that you are trying to communicate. Now, this is another video that
rain is felt in all those states. OMG! Rain is falling.
So let me just give a little bit of background. This was a trending sound on TikTok in Nigeria, and we really wanted to talk about climate change. So it's supposed to be a funny joke kind of thing, but then because it's talking about rain, we use the opportunity to write some text, very serious information over the video. So let me just play it.
In all those states, rain is felt in all those states. OMG! OMG! Rain falls. Rain is falling in all those states. Rain is felt in all those states. OMG! OMG! Rain falls.
Okay, so I don't know if you got the message of the video. I think that's actually enough. So my point is that in order for journalists to really take advantage of TikTok, we really need to embrace trending sounds, trends. TikTok is just all about trends. So by the time you combine the trends on TikTok with news trends and merge both of them together, then you would have something really good. And people actually like these kind of things. So yeah, that's it. I hope I've answered your question.
Thanks a lot. Marcus, over to you. Same question. How do journalists use this?
Well, I think Flourish has shown us some fantastic example from DW on how to use a new platform, use platform-specific ways of telling the news, engaging an audience. And I'm pretty sure that we have the comments as well to discuss news. So it's basically the approach to where do you go to reach your audience. On the other hand, we as journalists, we definitely find topics on TikTok as well. So if people use it. If people post about their daily life, we as journalists should know how to use it in order to do some proper research, know the latest hashtags, and then we can find stories on TikTok as well.
All right. I know that there's over 1 billion views on TikTok. How do you think a media agency should try and integrate it into their typical, let's say, very tire-wearing news?
Yeah, absolutely. But we have been struggling as media companies with that now for 10 to 15 years, right? So the old television approach is not necessarily the right approach to social media in general. So yet again, get a feeling for the platform, get a feeling for your audience, because in the end, that is what we as journalists and media companies need, right? An audience. If the audience is not paying attention, is not watching and interacting, engaging with us, then there's no real future, right? But don't know, Benson, do you want me to just give a brief overview over TikTok in general now, or shall we?
Of course.
Yeah?
Of course.
Okay, yeah, then let me just give you a little insight about TikTok in general, if you are not so very familiar with the platform itself. That said, could I see some digital reactions or can you use the chat just to give us an impression who in this room is actually an avid TikTok user? Could we get some hands or a yes in the chat from your side, please?
I can go ahead and just expose some people. I know Dr. Njoki Chege definitely uses TikTok. I know Caleb for sure definitely uses TikTok.
Absolutely. Julia's just writing in the chat, she's not an avid TikTok user. Okay. Anyone else who would like to use the reaction from Zoom to give us insight if you're using active or passively? Okay. Flora says she is. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Great. Thanks for that. Okay. I don't have an account.
And she doesn't use it.
Okay, fantastic. Good to know. Then Roxana, thumbs up. That's good. Okay.
Like I said, they will need to convert a lot of these people into TikTokers by the end of this.
Okay, yeah, let's see how we can do. Okay. Yeah. Okay, very good. So if you do not mind, I would give you a bunch of slides and a bunch of examples to just jump into the topic in order to, let Benson succeed and turn you into avid TikTokers, okay? So I'm just going to share a few slides with you, no worries. Not text heavy, just a bunch of slides. And I will call them TikTok, the future of web video, because I definitely think it is. TikTok right now is leading the way and showing us things that we're currently seeing on other social media pop up as well. Just think of Instagram Reels. And I'm pretty sure that even in mainstream media, television, online, we will see things that we currently can only see on TikTok. And why should you pay attention and listen to me? I hope I can give you a good reason with the next slide, okay? So this is like me and my little TikTok history. My name's Marcus. I've been working with Deutsche Welle for quite some time. And actually last year, I started a newsletter on TikTok. It's called Understanding TikTok. It's in English. It's a weekly newsletter, and I just shared the link to it. And I tackle a lot of stuff that's actually happening on TikTok, trying to learn, trying to understand it. I've done a bunch of workshops and a bunch of talks, just like that one. And recently I published 2 papers on TikTok as well. So I published a paper for a political foundation in Germany on TikTok for political communication. And for the last couple of months, I've been a TikTok researcher for the US-based Mozilla Foundation, investigating TikTok and the German elections, because TikTok has definitely played a role there, okay? So let's move on. Do you know any of these, ladies and gentlemen? Here on the slide, you see a bunch of TikTokers that are pretty successful and pretty big. If anyone knows anyone, please hand or shout or write into the chat. Otherwise, you get the TikTok 101 right now, because you should have seen at least 1 or 2 of these faces. Okay, the guy who never talks. Exactly, Kabi Lame, the man, the most famous man on TikTok right now. Senegal born, living in Italy. Kabi Lame started to use one of the functionalities that TikTok has. He's producing so-called stitch videos, okay? So he takes an already existing video, plays us a little bit of that video, and then adds some new stuff. And without speaking, he nevertheless provides an added value, okay? So for those who have no idea about who Kabi Lame is, let me just quickly share one video. And if you're wondering what the heck is happening in this video, I will just briefly explain up front, okay? We see a weird man doing weird stuff in a TikTok video identified by Kabi Lame, and then we see his answer, okay? That's a stitch video on TikTok. taking content and adding your very own content. Okay, you should be able to see the video now, at least I hope so. So I will play the video to you. If you cannot hear or see anything, please write in the chat. Here we go. Okay, that's it. Pretty simple, right? So people just love this video to add a sense of, yeah, just like common ground, like, come on, what are people doing for attention on the internet? And on the other hand, they work perfectly like in an international environment because, yeah, as we've seen, he's not talking to us. So that was Kabi. And just so that we have talked about her for a sec, let's talk about Charli D'Amelio, because currently she is the #1 in the world, the girl with the most followers on the entire planet. More than 100 million people follow her. And actually, she represents a general misconception about TikTok. That is, it is all about dancing and lip syncing teenagers. Okay, so that's Charli D'Amelio doing Charli D'Amelio stuff.
I'm getting ripped tonight. R.I.P. that pussy. Yeah, I'm going in tonight. Yeah, 'cause I didn't give him a driving in your rim. It was too long, so he gave me a...
Yeah, fine, definitely. There are dancing and lip syncing teenagers on TikTok, but I just recently read an interview with Dave Jorgensen, the man who's responsible for the Washington Post TikTok account. And he just said, yeah, you know what? For month and month, I hadn't had a single dancing person on my For You page. So yeah, a lot of people think it's all about dancing. And for sure, there is some dancing and there's a lot of comedy, but TikTok is so much more, okay? And in the coming minutes, I want to show you some of the things that are happening on TikTok too, to give you a better understanding of the platform, okay? So you probably might not expect a bunch of world leaders on the platform, but they do exist. Not only media companies, but politicians, non-governmental organizations, they are active on TikTok. And they're not doing that because they have too much time on their hands, but because they want to reach a younger target audience. Let me just share in the chat an open Excel sheet with more than 450 politicians and NGOs on the entire planet, okay? It's the digital diplomacy list, and it's quite interesting to check it out to just see what is happening on the platform, okay? Of course, TikTok is big on the whole African continent as well. Flourish has already shown us the DW approach. And just recently, I did a workshop in Zimbabwe. And just to pick Zimbabwe out, of course, there's the top 10 list of so-called Zim TikTokers. And I'm pretty sure when you look at your country or the country next to yours, you will definitely find some TikTokers as well. Because currently TikTok has a reported 1 billion monthly active users. That in itself is quite a number. If you compare the growth to the growth of Instagram, TikTok is pretty impressive. TikTok only needed 3.5 years to get the 1 billion active users. Okay, so pretty much half than Instagram or even less. Speaking of numbers, TikTok is on its way to beat YouTube. here and there. So what you see here are average monthly hours per user in the UK, comparing TikTok to YouTube.
Marcus, we can't see those.
You can't see those?
See the first slide. Yeah,
okay.
We can see the first slide.
Okay, let me just cross-check. Probably it froze. Let me check. What about now?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Benson. Please keep on giving feedback if the whole thing explodes or anything. Okay. Thanks a lot. Okay. Sure. So as you can see, pretty impressive numbers by TikTok. I myself didn't expect that one because YouTube's still the place to go for video, I thought. Obviously not everywhere, okay? So let's go to the crucial number right now. TikTok is worldwide in the overall downloads when it comes to non-gaming apps. And it has been like that for quite some time, which you can see here, okay? Since January 2020, it's TikTok, 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 despite like these little thingies in January, November, and April, okay? So obviously TikTok's big, and currently it is pretty popular for people aged between 16 and 24. And these people, they just spend a lot of time on the platform. And here you see one reason why we as journalists or we as media companies should take note. Because if we want to be part of the media diet of younger users on the entire planet, we probably should be there where the audience is, right? What I want to present to you right now is an analysis grid that I, together with my colleague Chris, developed to first and foremost better understand TikTok when you consume something on TikTok, and an analysis grid that helps you to better produce content for this platform, because, as mentioned before, this platform is a bit different than other platforms, right? So if you check TikTok out and open it, you can directly start on the so-called For You page. You do not need to follow people to get content. The algorithm and the app itself just throws content at you. And the app actually is pretty good at doing that because it's constantly learning. So if you are looking for food content and you check out food content the entire time, you will get more and more and more food content, right? So let's check out this analysis grid, okay? Because then you can just show off with your colleagues if you want to do that. We came up with this analysis grid and with a bunch of buzzwords you can see here, represented by these little emojis, okay? That's specific for TikTok. Something called high density, layered storytelling, something called realness, and memes. I'm pretty sure.
I still see the video with the curves, but maybe it's just me.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. I don't know. Obviously,
you're not going fast enough.
Okay.
Yes.
So, better?
Can you try and move to the next one now so we can just try out?
Okay.
Nothing.
Does that work?
No.
Okay, then obviously, don't ask me why, but then the PDF obviously is not working today. Whatever. Maybe my internet is too slow, but no worries. I would just keep on sharing it and sharing it again. Okay?
You're not an expert in PDF, but on TikTok, it's fine. We get it.
Yeah, that's why we will quickly move to the Padlet in the browser to see some more examples, right? Okay, so what you see here are some examples of these buzzwords, okay? So we will talk about them right now for you to better understand TikTok. And I'm already looking forward to ask Flourish what she makes of these, okay? Let me just give you another example that might make it clearer here what I mean by all that fuss. So we've seen Kabi, but maybe you have seen Nathan as well. Let's wait and see. So, can you see my screen now? You can see a man with some cranberry juice here. Okay, are you familiar with this man? Have you seen him before somewhere out there on the internet? Okay. He has not as many followers as Cabby, but he is somewhat nearly as important as him because I will tell you why. Easter, you know him, you've seen him. Very good. Thanks for the feedback in the chat. For all who have no idea what we're looking at, let's check out these 5 seconds of video, okay? Here we go.
Now here you go again, you say you want your freedom.
You can't see the video playing. Oh, it's a shame. Come on.
He's frozen. He's frozen.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to share the link to the video. So for the next 30 seconds, feel free to just check out Nathan Docker riding his skateboard, drinking cranberry juice, okay? I give you 30 seconds to just check out the video. Oh, Stephanie writes about the music. You could hear the music, but could not see him moving. Is that right?
He's a
very
complete
good.
dude.
Okay.
Again. Now here you go again, you say you want your
Yes, now we can see him.
Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel it.
Oh, thanks so much, Caleb, for sharing. This is a joint effort, what we're doing here. I wish Stephanie could sing to the Fleetwood Mac song, so we just do what the internet does best, collaborate, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, what have we just seen and why is this so relevant, okay? So this guy called Nathan was just an ordinary man doing his stuff in the US last year and his car broke down, right? So he decided to take his skateboard, take his bottle of cranberry juice, and he recorded a TikTok video. And as you could just see, this was not like take number 217, like the takes you might have experienced when posting stuff on Instagram, right? So who hasn't done the perfect Instagram selfie where you keep on taking selfies until number 27 looks a bit better than the first one? So that's not the case on TikTok. On TikTok, it is all about something called realness. And this video was pretty real, right? It had a certain vibe. It had a vibe that somehow attracted a lot of people last year under lockdown and COVID and the entire situation being pretty rough. So here you have a man and he has all he needs: a skateboard, a street, a cranberry juice, and an old Fleetwood Mac song. That in itself isn't that much of a news, but this TikTok definitely went viral, okay? A lot of people saw that, and a lot of people reenacted this video. Young, old people, CEOs, and at one given point, the members of the band Fleetwood Mac, okay, they reenacted the song because they were pretty happy because this TikTok video brought the Fleetwood Mac song from the 1970s back into the actual US charts, okay? And there's even more because I on Twitter saw some images of supermarkets where you were not able to buy any more Ocean Spray cranberry raspberry juice because it was sold out everywhere because people felt the vibe. I will definitely share the next links, Caleb, so that you can show them. Your internet connectivity seems to be way better than mine. Just a sec, staying with Nathan and Flourish, I will definitely send the link to this video later. What happened next is that Ocean Spray, the company behind the juice, just gave an entire truck to him, painted in the color of cranberry raspberry juice. And Nathan became some sort of a micro celebrity because he embodied this whole notion of realness very, very good, okay? Turning it around, you had a bunch of celebrities last year, like Kylie Jenner, for instance, who tried their luck on TikTok, coming over from Instagram, think that this is just another random app where you can post what you have. They were so wrong and were accused of just not understanding TikTok because people just commented, what are you doing? This is not Instagram. We want some realness. We want real stuff. So this is one of the platform specifica that TikTok is definitely known for, some decent realness, okay? That's one thing. The other thing I wanted to introduce here is high density. High density means a lot of stuff happening in a short amount of time. And Caleb, I'm just sharing another video with you. Could you please play that one? It's a minute-long video that introduces us to the whole notion of high density. A lot of stuff happening in a short amount of time. Okay, what have we just seen? Well, we have seen a lot, and it included some sort of cooking, right? What we have seen as well is a lot of stuff is happening in a very condensed amount of time. And this is supposed to keep people dragged in so that they keep on watching TikTok videos. That's one thing, okay? So when you have Instagram stories and all these 15-second slides, sometimes people post a lot of slides and you just keep on tapping on the screen to see where's the meat, what is actually happening. And of course, if you're a journalist or a media company, you do not need to apply all of these techniques, and you definitely don't need a virtual moon coming down and virtual chicken flying all over. But nevertheless, it's a good idea to check out how TikTokers do it, okay? You see a lot of editing. You see that they try to hook people in, give them information, and then there's a lot of stuff happening so that it doesn't get boring, okay? So that's another crucial thing besides the realness, something that's called high density. And to calm down a bit, let me just show you another video. I will share that with Caleb in a sec. That introduces another crucial concept from the analysis grid. And this one is called layered storytelling. And you might be pretty familiar with that because all that we see in Instagram stories is actually layered storytelling. Like you have a photo and a video layer and stuff above it. But on TikTok, people make use of it in a different way. So just pay close attention to the visual and the audio for a minute in this video, please.
Getting a divorce in Korean culture is still pretty taboo, so I was a little worried about my parents' reaction when I finally filed. But I was pretty surprised. My mom told me that if he ever showed his face, she would beat the shit out of him. And my dad rose a glass to me over dinner and then tried to shake my hand in congratulations like I just announced a promotion. I'd always wondered how much it had hurt my dad when I came running to their house, crying and shaking after another grueling fight with my ex. But he never said anything, to the point I sometimes wondered whether he'd even noticed how much my heart was breaking. I always chalked it up to the comfortable aloofness he and I had developed. I don't think my dad has ever once said the words "I love you" to me in all 40 plus years of my life. But every year on my birthday, he would send me a pretty pink card with flowers on it and write "I love you," followed by a note that always made me cry. The year I got my divorce, though, he wrote something a little different. "I love you. It's time to move on, isn't it?" And for some reason, the "isn't it" told me just how much my father had cried with me, even when I wasn't looking.
Okay, so what you've just experienced is a mixture of an audio and a video level, but it's just somehow not connected, or maybe it is, right? So people on TikTok are trying out new creative ways of combining several layers of information. And some people do not like that at all. And some people, including myself, are pretty intrigued of the ways you can just creatively mix different layers of content. Looking at the time,
Marcus, we have 3 more minutes.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I just want to wrap up with one more example that's focusing on another very creative outlet on TikTok, and this is the usage of the duet feature, okay? With Kaby Lame in the beginning, we've just seen the stitch. You take content and then you add your very own content, but TikTok lets you do more. You can take a video and you can position yourself next to it or above it or underneath and add content to that video as well. And then you have several videos playing at the same time. This is used, amongst others, by journalists, for instance, to debunk fake news or for doing interviews. And of course, it's used by a lot of users on the internet to make fun of people and add a little bit of spice to, let's say, storytelling. I'm just sharing with you the last video I want to show it. It's a YouTube video, but basically it's a bunch of TikTok videos, several duets. And Caleb, if I could ask you one last time to please show us this video. It actually shows the US journalist Marcus Di Paola introducing the world to his new girlfriend. And obviously, people were pretty intrigued by the way he's presenting his girlfriend. So they added some more infos. I just shared the link to the chat. Caleb, are you still with us? Perfect. Thanks a lot. So let's check out this one. Maybe from the beginning, that would be cool.
Police are outside. Happy Star Wars Day, everyone. Today is also my birthday. And because it's my birthday, I get to introduce you to my girlfriend, who is amazing. Star Wars Day, everyone. Today is also my birthday. And Star Wars Day, everyone. Today is also my birthday. Star Wars Day, everyone. Today is also my birthday. And because it's my birthday, everyone, today is also my birthday. And because it's my birthday, everyone, today is also my birthday. And because it's my birthday, I get to introduce you to my girlfriend.
Marcus, you don't want to do this. Let her go. Breaking news, a man is currently holding his girlfriend hostage. Police are outside of his home waiting negotiation terms. Breaking news, a man is currently holding his girlfriend hostage. Police are outside of Breaking news, a man is currently holding his girlfriend hostage. Police are outside of his
My fellow Americans, I know we are all aware of the current market situation developing. I want to assure you I have my fellow
I've known her for years.
I know we are all aware of the current market situation.
Happy Star Wars.
Okay, you hopefully get the idea. So a pretty creative place where, let me just repeat that, 1 billion users worldwide spend a lot of time. So I think perfect timing for us as journalists and media companies to join in and to use all these creativity and platform specifica to do actual journalism, which is very much needed on the platform. Back to you, Benson.
Thanks a lot, Marcus. It seems like a lot of media houses will require new talent, funnier people, more creatives. Do you think that legacy media at the moment is prepared for this reality?
Well, let me phrase it like that. There are a lot of examples of journalists actually trying it out, okay? So what I will share with you as well in the chat is a list of roughly 200 media companies on the globe trying out TikTok. And as we've just seen with the example from Flourish, DW is there as well. I just read that Vice, World News just joined in TikTok. It's still pretty early days, but I think the time is now.
All right, thanks a lot. I'm wondering, can everyone turn on their cameras? I'd like us to do one TikTok before we close this. Just turn on your cameras if you can. I'm actually on TikTok. Okay, we're gonna post this. So everyone is going to do the famous one from the Senegalese. So it's simple. Okay? Fantastic. So here we go, guys. On 1, 2, 3, go. Great job, guys. So thank you so much. We're going back to the main room. Thank you, Flourish. Thank you, Marcus, for an exciting session. We definitely, I think, have converted a few people into TikTokers. So if you are on TikTok, follow me, Benson, follow Marcus, subscribe to his newsletter, Understanding TikTok. Follow Flourish as well. She's very active on Twitter. Thank you so much. Back to main studio. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.